Let's see. Oh, it worked. Yay. Now I have no idea if the music is too loud or not. Somehow I also managed to get my usual software to actually follow the webcam a bit better, so yay for mobility and not fuffing around with the rather complicated... yeah, no, the music looks like it's definitely a bit too loud. Let's put that there. It might still be too loud. If it is, feel free to tell me, but yeah, welcome back to the stream. Totally not me still being like mid-conversations in Discord, but hey, that's just life. I'm gonna get some notifications from the other places as well. It's because nobody's around when I do things and nobody ever tells me that the game is super quiet. Just check back on the one from yesterday with heavy rain. Thankfully not too quiet, and the blessing in disguise is the fact that I very often play games with subtitles just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So very glad to have seen that happening. I know my friend JC is going to stop by at some point today. And I did tell Anna that I'm playing Beacon Pines today, which looks super cute. Actually, I still need to, there's one teeny tiny detail I need to check because I want to know if it has controller support. Because in that case, I don't know if it plays better with controller. I'll actually have to see. Because then I'm just going to have to plug that in. Also, currently it is still on sale. Pretty much about 50% off or 55%, yeah. I think it's like 55% off. Single player full controller support for my Xbox controller. Tempting. Where's my connector? There it is. The good thing is, if necessary, I can also play Fall Guys. If anybody wants to play Fall Guys with me, I can definitely also do some Fall Guys later. Okay, that was the brim. Now to find the actual controller. I've put stuff over it. So let's make sure that that works. That reminds me there is probably well, there might be a stream I have to catch later today, but we shall see about that. Let me just quickly respond here. I do like the song. Right, isn't this might be the first Corpse song that I actually got into. But yeah, without much more sidetracking, I will. Let me just see. Everyone's been doing that. Oh well. And one. So, opening up Beacon Pines and switching over. Because otherwise, I'm lying about the stream topic. I'm so excited for this game. Okay, we're turning this off. I'm actually also so happy. I haven't had issues. Okay. I haven't had issues with my audio with games. Did I speak too soon? Nope. I'm shit with controllers.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself.
So I guess it's our job.
It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that sentence ever.
You? There is no story.
I'm usually fine being very much.
Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Okay, this kind of gives me... what was the game with the tail? Dusk Tale? Was it Dusktail? It gave me like Dusktail vibes. Hey Dad, how are things going? Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. Oh, the sounds for the dialogue is so cute. Oh, the try. I was 6 years old when he died. And it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. It feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Well, then we're shocked about the grave is there at least. Me too. Oh my god, it's so precious. Here, Luca. I knew I'd find you here.
Was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I banged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond, and climbed up to the treehouse, then I knew I'd find you here.
I noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, yeah, right. You and your mum always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mum's gone too. She's not gone, she's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's gonna come back, Hodel. Of course she is. So we have a missing persons case? Okay, Dad, see you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Okay, there. A charmed life. Find a charm. Okay.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Okay. No, I can't tickle you. Okay, that is so adorable. Oh yeah, almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
To the side, suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They? Who? Shh, not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know, I'll think of something. If it's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kinda wings me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in like half a year ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. See yourself, it won't be long. Peculiar cat. Tell Gran before heading out with Waldo. Okay. Okay. Anything else I'm supposed to find here? Probably not. I love that the maps are like
Reader,
this.
forgive me for this interlude.
I want to say no, but that's not going to change
Remember
anything.
that charm you found in the dandelion pat? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Some. So that means somewhere between 2 and 4?
Just some dusty knickknacks.
Okay.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric. One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
So the dad was a doctor. Did find another one. Okay, that was cute.
Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
That might just be a thing. Let's go upstairs first.
Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Aha! We did find a charm. Okay, I really find that absolutely adorable.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
We have some things in common.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
As would I.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Okay. No, that was kind of adorable. Okay, so we found like 3 charms, which probably.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with a day of the week.
Very organized.
A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
All useful stuff, yeah. Awesome. I'm sure there's an achievement for letting the faucet run for a certain time or whatever. Wait.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hut.
I can't. I'm just gonna step to waste.
This is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
Did we find it?
You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
Yeah, safe first.
A sturdy old wheelbarrow. Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror. A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Hey Gran, I'm gonna go hang with Rollo for the day. See you later. Hold up now. Where are you and Rollo headed exactly? Oh, nowhere special.
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Okay, we're just gonna go with. Gonna go ponder for the day. We're just gonna go hide for the day. We're just gonna go chill for the day.
We're just gonna go chill for the day.
Let's see.
The best lies are built on truth.
You boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. We stick to what we're good at. Well, make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything.
Okay, I love this because...
I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Like my typing journeys. Okay. This is also so great because it shows me
exactly where the
button is.
record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches.
Oh,
Luckily
okay.
for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
Okay.
We were just gonna go hide for the day.
Hide?
Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
Yeah, I guess we'll bet some of the kids that we could beat them at hide and seek. Aren't you a little old for that? It's not like there's much else to do around here. Well, make sure you boys are done playing your little game in time for supper.
Well.
Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to do it again.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
Really? What are you guys going to ponder on such a lovely day exactly?
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering. Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with a preponderance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Okay. Oh, and Luca? You and Rolo stay out of trouble. I know. How much trouble have these two already? Oh no! How much trouble have these two already caused? I think I found every single charm in here. Off to the welcome sign. Come on! Woo! Dang it, Rolo. I'm not gonna be able to go elsewhere.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
That's a good way to put you can't go here. You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover a secret path. But there's so many people.
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered. Until the foul harvest and his sudden death.
What and what now?
In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Sorry, young Mr. One Horn, can't talk now. Very
Mayor
busy with
Augustus
preparations.
Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor Valen.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. Huh? It's nothing, keep at it. Alright. What can the Mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh. Just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day to you too, young Mr. Van Horn. Hey, Mr. Care.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine Fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure. Come on now, when I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. Yeah, gosh dang right it is. Sorry, I can't do that. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all of your little friends. Hi Yodo, Feliz Navidad. Couldn't keep all away if I tried. Hehe, cute. Excellent. Also, can you please tell me, is the game too loud? Am I too loud? Because my audio settings were apparently completely fucked and nobody told me. So look, I've got to get back to the proverbial grindstone. Our harvest awaits and all that. Oh now, the left side's a little low. I mean, this is a literal board. What do you want? Wait, jump? Jump? Is there a jump? What's that? Oh no, we're just doing the lean. I think yesterday just want the game was practically muted. Yeah, I mean, I checked the video back and there was still some audio, but it definitely wasn't great.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Sinclair. Ah, don't you see him, sleeping boy? How's the napping today? Crummy as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here, till Perennial Harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. Yeah, this is not how this works. But yeah, I'd appreciate next time if you tell me that. Come on, Andy, grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy, I can't. Do it or we pound you. Yep. Yeah, but my mom said, yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every yeah, but, I'd be the freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. What the fuck did he... I can't even interfere. Wow. Mr. Van Hun, do you have a moment? It's gonna be a survey. It's just Luca. Golly, I'm sorry, it's my first week at Perennial Harvest.
He pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
I'm gonna call you Flipchart. Wonderful, it won't happen again. Yeah, I definitely changed it again after yesterday. If we're going to be on a first name basis, then he called me Pete. Because we had to record something for another project and that's why I noticed. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be a part of something so darn special. You know, it's not just about new fountains and phone booths. We're gonna change the world. And it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Yeah, that's what every corrupt, villainous company would say. Isn't that amazing? Anyway, I better get... Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear thoughts. I told you it's a survey. My thoughts? You bet. If we're gonna change this town, we need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense. So what do you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick, wonderful. Open to answer a few quick questions. One down. See, it's not that hard, is it? Oh, okay, we're going already. I love this completely, like, apathetic stare he's got, like, as in, I'm so done with this world. Just leave me alone. What is something you love about Beacon Pines? I've never really thought about it before. Perfect. It's the only place I've lived. See, that wasn't so painful.
Scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? Huh? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing down everything? Thank you so much for your time. That was a clear yes. I need to process these answers. There's not really anything to process, but okay. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Our harvest awaits. Yeah, figures. I can't get in there yet. Nothing here. I can't help the kid. I want to help the kid. But I can't. Damn it. It's a secret path it is. Hey, Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it. I can't remember the last time I reeled one in, but hey, it was never about the catch. They're poisoning the water! This is what I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me. If you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. It keeps me from falling asleep at the rail. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown. Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait. Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What
it looks
fish
like
could
one.
resist a nice shoestring?
Give it a good cast now. I mean, how would tickle be? You'll have to reel it in a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. Huh? Huh?
Luca tied a shoestring. What fish could resist a nice shoe?
Wait, was I supposed to press something? It's like most fishing games. We got us a boot. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift apart. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope that other boot at least has a sock to keep it company.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
I see. Okay, that might just work. Rubber ducky. Well, now we switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up. Okay, we're gonna keep at
gently
it.
baited. Good for skimming the surface.
Let's see if we fish anything else. You cannot give me a fishing minigame and expect me not to mess around with it. Okay. Okay, I guess each of them is just gonna get us one more thing. Looks like we could use some new bait. What do you say we head out and find some more? I guess. Okay. No? Go back first. Mission control, authorized personnel only. Just quickly double check if there's anything else, but I don't think so. Nope. Well, we
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse. After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
Not bad. Okay, what's the top secret plan to start our summer? So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the fall harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rollo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. Wait, why is he scared now of going into it? He just brought it up. I just meant we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? That makes more sense now. What do you expect to find? Answers? My mom's out there somewhere, and it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember the time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? You know what? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my pa throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got you back. Thanks, Rollo. Now that I think about it, poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend the first day of summer. Let's go!
Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness. On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
I was gonna say, of course. Okay. Let's go. What is that? Some weird antenna? Where did she disappear to? Oh. Okay, I can't go that way. Oh yeah, he's here. I thought it was the other guy again. I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Okay. So much going on here. Okay, we can't go into the town hall just yet. Talk to her. Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for summer? Not really. Heard anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now. Sure. But wait, I'm gonna come back. Ooh. Okay. Didn't expect this much. Piper? Oh, hey, Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning? Correct. And you're studying? Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. Mm-hmm. Hey, Zariel. Hiya, Luca. Could you please tell this ladybird to help out in the cafe? Lumi, Zarya would like you. Luca, let me give you a little jab of advice. If you never do what you don't love, then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. You're really setting the kid up for success. I guess? Okay, there's nothing else. I'm just talking to people. And on that note, there's Miss Crocodile.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
Teacher? The two wandered down the wooded path, unaware of the danger ahead. Oh. Oh, this is getting good. Okay.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon Beacon.
Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard any news about news? The Beacon Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rollo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rollo? Ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is a dangerous animal. Oh, nice. We got another job. But, yeah, that was certainly not ominous. Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up? She's cool.
Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms.
But doesn't that mean I have to replay everything from that point then? Or will it just open up more possibilities?
Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Yep. Luca, wait up. I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to send around and be useless. Rollo. So we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rollo. Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Oh, okay, if that counts. Fair enough. Don't mind me just over here lurking uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I couldn't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the fall harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten, and the rest look like they were hit with Hank Atomic's shrink array. All the more reason to keep on digging. There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luca and I have places to be, so if you don't mind... Oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
I have a bad feeling about this. Come on, Roxy, it's the first day of summer, the sun's shining, and we just want to take it easy. Smug. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. And Pa always says, tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. Expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! Okay. So, yeah. In the future, we can drag him along. So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool, cool, cool. You tried, my man. You tried. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Words are a big thing in this game. Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat. And gone. Okay. Bookstop? Bookstop. Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Okay, the sound is so cool. Look at my boy hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncrete. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper would just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that dance.
Promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Hey! Nice to see you too. I had Waves and Dark also stop by, and Yodo is currently also here, or was at least here, so... It's cute seeing everyone around my stream anniversary, which technically was yesterday, like stopping by. I'm trying to get back more into it. I have my exam in March though, so I will be a bit quieter around February and March, but as soon as that is done, I'm definitely back more. Promise Gran regretted the second it was made. Will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I gotta go. Sweeter than any gem on earth. I find that so creepy when people make inappropriate comments like that around
was
children.
brand new. Part of Perennial Harvest's
The tips in doing
Beacon Pines
Dark
Reborn
Tide. Ooh,
initiative.
nice. Phone booths. I kind of missed them. Also kind of not, because they were basically just public urinals.
It didn't see much use.
I mean, why would it? Yo. Who do we have here? Honey. Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure. Bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into Weepwood, just be careful where you step. No bug crunching. Got it. But I don't think the wood is where we're headed.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
But this is where the mayor guy lives, right?
The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally.
Okay. Don't see anything else. Nothing here. I guess this will only be relevant later. Yep. So I guess we have to go through the wood. I do love this map design, it's so cute. And oh my god, the drawing quality is amazing. Do I have to go
The
that way?
path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. This is caution electrified fence. Is
The
that so
fence
new?
thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would
Luca
Rolo do
often
if he
asked
was here?
himself what Rolo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
I'm definitely not touching that thing. Yeah, smart.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
Heh.
One more
That's
to go.
I would have thought mushrooms would come in this handy. Oops.
The
that
fence's
works too.
buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth. Whoosh.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rolo wasn't exaggerating for once.
There
What's
was
going
only
on
one
here?
way to find out.
Some more mushrooms. See, they are poisoning the
Owls
water.
emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid.
Yeah, that's bad. Wow, it smells awful. Too bad Rolo's not here. You'd have no problem poking around in there. Okay, so that's where we are, basically, as in... Bring this later. Bring him back later. I actually don't want to step into that, but... Here we go! Locked. Okay, here we don't go.
Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper?
The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Oh, I'm gonna have to hide in the... Hello? Shit. Oh my god. Didn't expect to get charmed like that at this time.
The
Okay.
heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow.
Is this the word we needed to change?
It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
Pass! No! This is a story about... Oh, change.
This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself.
Who knows?
But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy. But don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I did notice that earlier. Also, this reminds me of stories. Yeah, it reminds me of stories, and I absolutely loved stories. Which had also fighting elements in it. But stories is such a fucking good game. Like, holy shit. I should actually recommend that to some streamers I know.
Try something different.
Yeah, not that one. Okay, I've used everything here. I can use shit here? Oh, let's go. Best way to deal was to be a little shit.
He found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Oh my god. Yes. Make a break for it. Okay. No holds barred. None. Wait, I just need one post. I'm looking for one itsy bitsy tiny post-it that I need. Kind of ish. Okay, it's not this one. I just have notes in places and I need to find one specific one. Oh, I found it! Yay! Yeah, we're putting it there. I can read that. Yeah, this is good. What have you done? Did that little shit just kick me? Ronald, you want you two little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. With Rollo. Nice. Sorry about that. Rollo can get
Solomon
overexcited
Valentine,
sometimes.
current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter, how are you doing? Me? Yes, with all the business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by? Still no word from her at all? It's sweeter that he cares. No. That is truly a shame. Wow, thanks. Okay. Your grandmother's taking residence to keep house? Yeah. And how's that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. You make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who's rarely around, in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve. Speaking of... Solomon
trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Oh, so that's his sister. Do not wander off like that, or said his mother. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're Valentine now. I wanted to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. What the fuck? Okay. Hold up a tick. Kinda in a hurry right now. Okay, so we don't have to hear that again. Sigh. Boy's got too much of his father in him. How dare you? Off we go. I win. Little help? I am The champion! We were racing? Did the road something change? Like anything ever changes around here? It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Ah, he's gonna fucking touch it. Caution electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we gonna get around the electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Pa always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great, what now? Well, I did my part and established that touching the fans is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. Uh-huh. From a safe distance. Wow, you're a genius. You know we've just been here before. Whoops. I think that did it. Luca, you never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out! Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing two ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Okay, that's also new. Did you feel that? What, the excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. No, don't step in there. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. No, no. And this hose. No. No. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. Jesus, this dumpster's new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. I can't really see what's in there. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure this isn't the hazardous waste? Just let me get in. Rollo. It would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So, what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat? Wait, hold the phone. Hold two phones. Check these bad boys out. Walkie-talkies? Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank Atomic communicators. Do you actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic, ground command. You're coming in 5x5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? It's getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. No, no. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Scoot over. I'm coming in. Yep. Okay, that's what I was hoping they were doing. Phew. Okay, there's something really fucking big. Oh no. Huh? Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. He's coming back, get down. I don't think you want to get covered in that. Is that a body? Is that a body?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
No. Oh god, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates one of the mid-detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
At the large sack which burdened them. He snipped
Aha!
off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something.
Bull held the badge
What's it
up
say?
to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag in a bag full of something else. Oh, okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm, this is no time to panic. I'm not panicking! You're panicking! Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude! I'm not holding your hand. We're messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! Ah! No, thank you. I'm beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right, we've clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. after I go count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rolo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rolo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rolo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe.
Wait, but that means a body and we have this hand?
That's long enough.
What about his mom? Oh god, don't tell me that his mom was using some weird fucking experiments over there.
Carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rolo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees.
Well, I mean, based on build, you'd assume it's a man, but everything's possible.
He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow.
Wow.
Chapter 3.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay, I'm just gonna go for a very quick break. Maybe going to make some coffee, so I'm gonna set up some music in the meantime. Woof. Hopefully it's not too loud. See you in a bit.
This is the pumpkin patch king with a corpse with the ring, and she fucked my best friend if I die here today. Choke me like you hate me, but she love me low-key. Wanna date me when you fuck me, touch me with the lights off and my chains on. Baby, I'm not the right one, you should wait on. Sleep at night, blew up for the 1,000th time. Guess I'm always lucky, right? Pop some shit, then fall behind. I jump the gun and take what's mine. Looking like you've seen a ghost, moving like a poltergeist. Like, wait, what's his name? I'm like, what'd he say, bitch? I don't want your 2 cents. You ain't even paid, bitch. We are not the same. I dropped out in 7th grade, bitch. Came up from the grave. Fuck everything you claim, bitch. You've never seen a trap or a bando. Only time you put a strap is when you wearing Velcro. Say you hit licks, bitch, hell no. Talking like you gotta do shit, but you won't. I see through the shit that you do. Watch me then steal how I move. Your label fake to breakthrough. Fake place, fake views, and fake you. I'm a fake. When I wake up, I see concrete. Lose my life.
that. Highways, thank you for luck. God, I need to find a way to change the sound better. But yes, we're playing Beacon Pines, and we're already through 2 chapters, and I already fucking love this because it's very much like Stories, which is a really cool game. A very cool, like,
Finding a friend.
one story game.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Ugh, chewing sounds. I finished jarring a massive gem last night. So that will need to get delivered into town today. Well, we know where that's going, to the creep. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Nothing interesting. And here comes the betraying phone call. Hello? It's not even Morse. Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering folks, I'll be right there. What? See the town witch? Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really, we just sort of ran around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
Oh god, that's the way west. I have to go take care of something. You are to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave. What? If I am not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You are to stay here, understand? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. I don't mean to make her sound that stunned, but she's very concerned, obviously. Oh, and Luca, you left the icebox open yesterday. We're not made of money, you know. Did I open that? Born in a barn. Well, that was strange. I got an achievement for that, but what? How did I... Oh. I didn't hear that yesterday, though. Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, that means she would have told me off for letting the water run. Ah, I got 1 of 2. So what is one to do all day in a house like this? Can I at least go into the garden or something? Does that count? I mean, there's no way he's going to listen to that, right? Also, let's just have a look at the chronicle. So we used everything here. Well, we used shit there, and we had change here. That's the only one. But we used shit, huh? I guess that means there might be another option.
A faint electronic sound floated in the air.
Is that coming from inside the house? Sounds like a radio. Nope, we're not doing that. It's gotta be upstairs then, I guess. Hello? Is anyone there? It's gotta be his parents' room. No? Oh, the walkie-talkie! Right! I forgot. Hello? Hello, is that you? That's Morse code. What the fuck? Over? Okay, we got the strange charm.
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
Hold on. I just want to see if that's another option for that one. Nope. Okay, we're coming. I mean, I found pretty much everything that's in this house. Hey, Roxy. If this is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday. Is Rollo here? No. Look at me, Luca, this is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rollo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weepwood, and then it was late, and we went home. Weepwood? If he's alive, I'm going to kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
But we're supposed to stay here. Oh no. Well, obviously the friend's missing. Where are you? Can we take this path now? No, still not. Okay. You know, hey bud. Have you seen Rolo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. They're setting up lots of stuff for the festival. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back. Biggest bond. I know. Well, we're supposed to check the library, so please don't ask me other questions again. I don't have time for you. Really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she will be here, then she will be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around doing nothing and waiting for Roxy when I could be standing around doing nothing and getting paid for that. Come on, Lumi. Roxy needs our help. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. Wow. Okay. My parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Roller always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. I mean, plus we had that really weird walkie-talkie message. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Weepwood. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fitz and I will check Weepwood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weepwood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. I don't know if I need to talk to everyone all the time again. His eyes went wide in disbelief. What do you mean, vanished? That's impossible. Oh my. He doesn't even see the danger he's in. I do, but he's not listening to me, right?
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Yep.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing. Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title, Introduction to Melitology.
Oh my god, the sound is so cute. Oh hey Luca, you snuck up on me. Good book? Dunno, I just started
to
it.
The shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are two queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy? God, I will need fight, I guess, for the other one. That's interesting, but you haven't seen Rolo around recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know. Okay, let's just talk to him. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Did Rolo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on days when a new issue drops. Rolo is the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Besides myself, that is. What if he does swing by? Tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh, roger that, Space Cadet.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring. Okay.
Mycological Phosphorescence.
Ugh, more like complete loss of interest. Go up and check those shelves.
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics, most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin.
Interesting.
Oh, the Cobs I've Eaten, a salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck.
Sally's
Hey, salad is
Seashore's
good.
simple, succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Oh, okay. That's gonna come in handy
Peek
for sure.
behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu, one of the greatest acting minds of our time, by Patrick C. Montesquieu.
Oof.
There were rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone. No, I got a nerd achievement for poking around the library. Amazing. What sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door? Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncrete works weird hours sometimes. He's so cute. Of course he does. Or her? I don't know, because... No, I think it's supposed to be male presenting. How about you? I'm just gonna say they, all of them. When do I work? No, what's your name? Oh, Luca Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by choice.
Moved often, giving her little time to establish any
There we
real
go.
connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
She looks a bit like a Swings. I'm looking for my friend Rollo. He didn't come home last night, so he's missing? I guess so. Like, missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around
Luca
here?
shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that just sucks. Yeah. So, I should probably get going. Hey, wait up!
Beck
What?
pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Yep, well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rollo. I guess Rollo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without the unlucky penny. Let's go find him. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. Are we going back to the warehouse? Hey, Joey, have you seen Rollo around Nosora, Luca? I've had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. I can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. Do you think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rollo. No, the beetles. Do you think the temperature confused their circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetologist. Just keep an eye out for him, would you? Of course. I don't want to lose back. But with the amount that we just got... Wow, okay. Dang, they brought it up the way in. So somebody knew something. Oh, that was another way.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
This sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what this stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes
That's what,
widened
isn't it?
as flowers grew from the dead
Oh.
wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
Okay, this is actually good. Because I'm kind of thinking like maybe his mom is involved in some research she can't talk about, but they're trying to, reverse the harvest thing before the other company completely settles in.
As quickly as they
Cool.
had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and
Oh.
turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So the science tells us this gang is weird as hell. Yeah, it seems dangerous. Oh god. Hey Tish, look what the cat dragged in. You want to talk? Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Oh, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. She looks fine to me. Why, hello. I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot Tish. Yep. You've probably heard of us. Can't say I have. I'll forgive you just this once on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this stud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true, they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Actually, this is what kids said about me because I was adopted. Like, holy shit. Because, yeah, they would constantly throw the shit at me in primary school. Like, as in, oh, your real parents didn't want you. That's why you were given up for adoption. And I'm like... I don't think at the time I had the best comeback to that. Which is obviously, well, at least I was wanted by the parents I have now. Contrary to you, probably. But, yeah. I'm only going to say it one time. Don't talk about my family. Well, look who's going to backbone now that the girl's around. First his pops croaked. Then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle.
Yeah, I mean, the tiny bit I found out from people who are very, like, somewhere related to that family, because only one person ever, like, messaged me about it on one of the multiple DNA sites I put the DNA stuff on. He was like, oh, well, the family doesn't really talk about things like when a child was given away, so it's all hush-hush and nobody talks about it. So he might actually have known more than he let on, but I'm like, that's fine. Because last thing I need is, like, 10 siblings coming knocking and being like, hey, financially support us now because you live over in Europe and, like, we're family. Or whatever. Because, I mean, there's bad stories like that about, like, adoptees going back to find a family and... yeah, it's more trouble than it's worth it. I mean, I'm not missing anything from them. Oh yeah, Voss, you also don't know. I finally got my legal name changed to Morgan. Which I probably shouldn't say on stream, but it doesn't fucking matter. I finally got rid of the one that everyone is considering a fucking challenge to misspell and mistype. Because literally on the day when I started the process of having things change into the new name, every single time the old one still came up because I kind of kept it as a middle name at least and just yeeted the other two. They still fucking misspelled and mispronounced it, and I'm like, yeah, this is exactly why I'm changing it. End of this week, I'll have my new ID and my new passport, and then I can proceed to having all my bank statement, bank cards and everything changed, and my driver's license, so we're slowly getting there. Work is probably going to take a bit longer too. I mean, I handed proof of it into human resources, and yeah, we'll see. The Ministry of Education is not really that fast for these things. I also need to inform, yeah, there's like the place where I take all the classes for the exams and everything that I need to inform. I'm probably gonna run for a year after like services that I need to change, but it's okay. And I do have a Morgan, include last name, email address, thankfully, because I have one that I use quite frequently, but that's still with a K dot in the beginning, which is not accurate anymore, but I can't change it. And yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to changing all my email accounts. So Iggy took a step towards Lucas, sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Oh, this is bad.
Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched.
Oh no, we have so many
Some things
chums.
about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Well, time to bust out though. I mean, Tickle would be cute, but I like Strange.
Well, time to bust out the Strange.
Right, Luca, looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with your new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs,
Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Well,
Iggy's
as a
clothes
deer.
were drenched in the glowing ooze.
Uh-oh, this is bad. You jerk, my clothes are
Iggy's
ruined.
voice
I'm gonna...
began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Did we kill this kid? Okay. I don't feel so good. Health? I'm sorry, I just... Oh shit. Yup. Yeah, that was not good. That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems okay.
Warehouse. The strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to fight Rollo. He took the words out of my mouth. Okay, I don't want to step into that. Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company looks old. Yeah, and that is exactly what that coup is. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to step into it. No, no. Oh, God, no. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. I mean, he has all the makings of a villain, but if it's really the hyena, I'm actually kind of mad. What in the dickens are you up to in this part of town? We were just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorienting, you know? I'm starting to get that impression. No fucking way. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on back. I can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I guess. Back, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. How does he know that she's called back, though? I need to talk with Nelly about work anyway. Okay, so they're employed.
Toward Luca.
I guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay. Oh god, we're so in trouble.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread.
Why would you believe an adult? An adult?
Gran
Adult?
is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4.
Yeah, but...
Our harvest awaits.
Ugh.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran? Let me check the chronicle though. Okay, so now it says that that is all. We could struggle in that one. It's probably not going to go that well either. And then for that one, we definitely have some. I want to check that one. This is a story about struggle.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Okay. Okay. Oh, there's 2 batches to drop off. Okay. One for Mr. Tolliver and a bag and wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Okay, yeah, because this works better because obviously Rollo's not missing, so there is no weird call and she's not telling us to stay home. Okay. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed, he said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. Even she knows. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now while the day is still young. Okay. Oh, she's making a call now. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Wait, Hartford? Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Wait, she's called Hartford? Isn't that a new company? Okay, sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying, but good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Although, I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, is it a whole thing? It sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of, Sigh. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. Ah, yes. Children's code. I still can't use that path. Okay, fine. How goes the bug search? Wait, what'd you stab? Oh, sorry. There was a whole family of beetles here. They've gone missing. I thought they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home looker, even beetles.
The soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. It's weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? I was about to say. Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay? Yeah, I really do hope I'm not gonna end up stepping on your stuff. You can tell those jerks it doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up. I ain't moving. Oof. Okay, wait. I have to... Is there anything I can use? Yeah, this. Fratelli and Tolliver. No, definitely not you. Anger from the past, mistakes not yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear. Well, I think it's the cafe, right? No? Can I get in? Nope. Okay, but who needs them then? That's a place I haven't gone to yet. Oh, definitely the diner. Okay. Well, if it is my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Miss Fratelli,
She
look at
leaned
you.
forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
Great, because we all love that. You're all skin and bones. Is she grounded feeding you? She is, it's just, I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened to Eleanor? Great. I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from
Luca
her
shifted
son.
the basket uncomfortably.
Poor kid. Oh yes,
Mrs.
let's see
Fratelli
here.
lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them.
She
How
carefully
thoughtful.
lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Will do. If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Thorn. Oh sure, sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being a mayor or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family. For our legacy. It sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it will be great. Let's see this picture.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Oh, cute. Point at mice are always... There is some business deal going down over there in the corner. That mice always pranked. I'm ready to help Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Miss Fratelli's away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children aren't to be sails pulling a family ever forward. That doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together
Luca
once a month.
glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Should I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh, the silver lining is without him around I can have my usual. A nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Okay. Am I supposed to prepare that? Oh no. Oh no, I did it the wrong way because it's succulent and then chill. Fuck. No, 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 no. Damn it. Okay. Oh yeah, we can skip a lot of this.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Luca squint memories of...
Okay, okay, we can do this. We can do this.
Luca glanced at the...
Okay, so... So cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Okay, so cold. Oh. What? I thought I had it. Oh, no, cold cuts was actually correct. Okay. Wait, that was correct then. What the hell? Okay. I didn't see that those were the options. What? Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect, thank you. There's nothing I can do here. Hello. Zooks, they've shrunk
Jeff
the wait
slapped
staff.
the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, and top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? The heart wants what it wants. Okay, so sweet. I guess. Christ. Like cactus on top. Yeah, okay. Here's your order. I call it the sweet and stabby. Ha! Now that's a burger with bite. I mean, you literally ordered cactus on it. That's Roxy. Hiya, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow, hopefully your work ethic will rub off on a Rolo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. A chicken with bacon. Okay. Still a burger, but okay. Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Nice. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. I want to talk to people, but hey. Oh no, that's just gonna get me back there, yep. Nothing else? Nope. Okay. Hey Dawn. Yon. Oh my god, she's adorable. Hey, Luca, what's
Dawn
up?
had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
Jan, they got your gem delivery again, eh? Yep. Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately? What sort of weird things? Stuff going on at the old Valentine building. You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't say quite yet. I still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, I came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. But get this, one of them is working for William Care and Perennial Harvest, and the other is working for Heiress Valentine. And? The Valentines represent Beacon Pine's past. Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations, I can imagine. Is there anything around here? Nope. Okay, who else am I supposed to deliver for? Oh, no. No, go back. Jump to Mr. Tolliver. Was this Mr. Tolliver? No, Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
Ugh. I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes, that is the news of the day, but there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine, my readers are more so interested in the sound's future rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, changes are dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression the conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Whew. Lost chance liner, yeah. That we knew, okay. Nothing here. I can't get into the cafe. I can't talk to her. But I don't want to run into the other guy. But I don't know where Mr. Tolliver is. Yeah, I don't want to run into him. It's gotta be somewhere else. Who is Mr. Tolliver? I have no idea who that is. I've already had so many names thrown at me, so I don't know who that is. Let me just quickly pull up a profile. Because non-Creed I know is the guy who's waiting there. He runs the Bag and Wag found at the Beacon Pines Marketplace. The Bag and Wag. I haven't seen the Bag and Wag yet. I think. I must be missing a road of some sorts. Yeah, and that wasn't here. Nope. Oh, there's another path here. Hold on. I can go straight down here, if it lets me. Oh, that's gotta be him. It doesn't say Bag and Wag, but
Huddled
I'm
at
sure
his
that's
counter,
him.
Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More
didn't even know.
accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
This is actually great. I love this tiny little like gem crest, so I actually see everything of town. Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, right, that's some jam I'm supposed to give you.
Leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote
Mr.
your name on
Tolliver
them.
leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes! The jam! Thank you so much for delivering this jam to
He
me.
reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course.
He
Of
leaned
course.
in for a final whisper.
Of course. Okay, that was kind of weird. No touching. Touched. Find a way to kick a melon. Okay. How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, bud. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Best to be informed. Sharper Valentine, a celebration of excellence.
We all
Okay.
know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose.
Kill the
Then
ground.
tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. an accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Riverfront Fund.
That was unhelpful. I guess. Wait, I need to reply to something. There we go. Because somebody just released a mod pack for Final Fantasy XIV, which is perfect for my character's backlog. Can't wait to use them. I guess I know what I'm doing today. Okay, so we have butts and bulbs. Okay. I'm definitely going to G-pose today. So now, Mr. Nuncreed, you can be creepy and whatnot. There you go, got some gem for you. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your gem? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that
Nuncreed
case...
snatched the basket from Luca.
Excuse me? I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see your gran. Man! That's stealing. Oh, there's back. Hey, you! Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple? Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? I was gonna go to the library, but what just happened? Welp? Well, we need to definitely meet back. Oh, these are her parents? Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping is in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what is your new little
Beth
friend's name?
locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nelly and this is Ilona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. I don't feel stunted. Excuse you? Okay, maybe in some area. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nelly means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. At least they're realistic. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. My mom's so great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little cottage next to that big mansion place. Oh, I know where that is. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by that big creepy gate. Don't be late. Well, I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great, see you there. Yeah, but not right away, right? Or do I? Wait, I'm supposed to meet him after the deliveries. Oh, but he's not here. Okay. Don't even know where the house is. Okay, that's how that works. Is there anything here? Nope. I think I got a lot of chunks for sure.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
Which reminds me, eventually I will finish season. Okay, let's see if we can tell Gran that we're not going to be around for dinner, I guess. I want to be told off for the water then. Can't do the fridge and not the water as well. Okay, she's not here. Anything in the room? Probably not. It's quite seamless. Oh yeah, we don't have the walkie-talkies in this whole playthrough. Okay, so I assume there's like 3 big major stories, maybe? I doubt there's anything here, but you never know. Nope. Is it already getting dark? I guess I can just go to the gate. So I can't use that one. This is so cute though. I fucking love this. I love the drawing style. I love the character design. It's immaculate. And the story is quite compelling. And I love that there's voiceover for the book. But not everything else. Wait, does she have anything else to say? Maybe not. Nope. Okay, let's go. Because this does look like it's later in the day. I mean, the sounds evoke that idea. Hey. Good morning, Joff. Oh, so it is still morning. What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival's coming up. The festival. Oh man, Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us? Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one, and they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine Company and this new Perennial Harvest outfit is precisely
Jeff
0.
dug through his pockets for a bit.
It's the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But those are both garbage. Exactly. Yeah, we got the point. Hi, Kado. Good afternoon. See, now it's afternoon suddenly. Can I help you find something? Maybe, maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on at the old Valentine warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse. But empty hives don't stay empty for long.
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly, which is exactly what's happening with the fertilizer companies. So you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the warehouse. Nature abhors a vacuum. True. Hey Jace. Oh hey Luca, have you seen this new issue? Not yet. No spoilers please. It's awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers please. We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes Hank Atomic Man of Space Justice. Jace, no spoilers! Oh sorry, my point is you're gonna love it. So, alright Jace, catch you later. Roger that, Space Cadet. Oh, I hate people like that. I hate being spoiled. Can I get into the store for once? Nope. Oh, fuck. Hello there, little buddy. What brings you to this neck of the woods? Oh, I was just wandering around a bit. Wandering? How wonderful. Children and their wonderful wandering. Oh, to be young. Anyways, I can't let you pass just now. Top secret business that way.
With a wry smile.
Ah, I'm just yanking your chain. Perennial Harvest is just making a few improvements.
An energetic thump on the shoulder.
Better head home now. Our harvest awaits. Beehive.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. I mean, no, nature has been dying because somebody's polluting everything. So, who all lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy little kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So just 3 people live in that huge thing? I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. My mom says that it used to be way busier back before Sharper died, before the Foul Harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this Foul Harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. And off we go. So, okay, we've met on both branches now. Good, good, good. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair.
I figured it was gonna be pizza with pineapple. I didn't even have a choice.
The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
That's a bit boring though, what? So Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma, over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Back. Manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mum was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca, this move has us all a little tired.
His face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So Beck said that you moved here for work?
Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time we were here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground. What's wrong with the basics?
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to the plants and hope for the best, and some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you didn't.
Slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo soon.
Outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around
his
here.
Mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza. It really was good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wonder what that was. Wait up. Oh, whether she was gonna follow him. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually, probably.
Hopefully. Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him and the clouds above began to rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered
rain.
for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
The roiling clouds.
I'll tell you all the good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Right. Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, Ichi, before you catch cold. Oh, break would have been, it stopped raining. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest. Radio. Oh wow, Rolla and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bulbs. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
One of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here, it's all farm reports and static. Oh, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flower. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime. He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview condos. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from the old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some school gave me going away cards, some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you can enough to keep them, is all. Good point. Good point. Good point. Microscope.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
One coffee mug. This looks wild. What is it? Gum.
Luca
Gum?
adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increasing amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47 days.
Hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rolla can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? I didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little: don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then what do you do when you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own though. You gotta do something, anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register our complaints with the store. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright, that things are gonna change.
A feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that. I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As it began, the storm abated.
Thanks, I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. I wasn't done snooping though. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca, don't let the universe check you around.
Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in.
Cute.
Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace.
Petrichor! Petrichor is amazing. I was so happy that I taught one of my classes that word this
He'd never
week.
shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Off we go. Catch up with Rollo at the treehouse. I wonder if I come back. Hey Don, tracking down lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward, a kid our age, who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals the source, Luca. Okay. Glowing shrooms. Okay. I'd better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. Wait. What is this? I mean, it is lit, sure. Nope, can't do anything with that. Movement is so smooth as well, and the transitions are so smooth in this game, like, incredibly so. Well, I guess even if I go around the back with the cafe. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just looking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We are all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir, very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because it was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. Well, damn. So he's in his house for once. Rollo, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back
Luca
never.
had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
He's mad. You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you, I'm just a little late.
Soft.
The rain helped me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, that storm rolled in out of nowhere and I got stuck after dinner
Luca
at back.
stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Back? Dinner? What the heck is a back? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made up some upgrades to mission control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word, because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad
His tone
friend.
changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa is right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your past nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my pa is still around.
In the cold night air, Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line, but it was too late.
Luca, good night, Rollo. Dang it. Yeah. I still want to follow the other trail, but I need
Luca
to get
dug
somewhere.
through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
What a jerk. Call me a bad friend. I guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Oh my god, that's so sad.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in.
Luca just
Sure.
wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Do I kick the ball one more time? Nope. Okay. Anything else here? Nope. If Rollo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it. Okay. I bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable. Are we doing this until it breaks something? Oh, now the clothing thing opened.
Luca dozed off again.
Okay, that was all we could do. I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good.
Luca
Noted.
still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Yeah, we don't do that in this house. Clearly. Can I go and get a sandwich though? Okay, apparently we're continuing to do that. Nice.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
The complete
Luca
first
carefully
volume.
opened the cover and began to read. Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you, a girl named Beck Mudwill. She said you met yesterday? What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh, she seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table in case you want a bite before
Without
bedtime.
realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca
And off we go
stood
again.
in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source. Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo.
Very adventure time.
If it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame. See? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them. The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them, not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him, older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face, and all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't... Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad. If you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames in a flash of cold light. He was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear.
Luca
It's only Gran.
rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine? Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo thought about doesn't matter,
Gran
but
silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. Did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Oh my god, that's so cute. There's an icon. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Now I want to make corn dogs. Woman. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too. That's the first time we heard that from them.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rolo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air, but the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rolo.
Yeah, just for the sake of it, we're just gonna check. Maybe you came to apologize here. Nope. Okay. And off we go again. I still love that charm introduction for the game. There you are! Luca? Rolo wanted me to tell you something.
Roxy
what is
rolled
it?
her eyes, shaking her head.
Sigh. A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If ye be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't. It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants
Luca
you to find
looked
him.
down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. A space adventure though, you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Well, the library, of course. But that's for unique New York, New York, blah, blah. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up from a big ceremony speech.
To his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gab box. You nervous? Oh heavens no. Well, break a leg. Whatever, my guy. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an ex-Cuvier. And it's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just booked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. Fitz? I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart, the weather's still cruddy, and the season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. Fitz. I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. Okay, can't do anything here. Yeah, we can look cool. Ain't moving.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey, Jeff, everything alright? He's basically our source of interest. Of information. Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
For a moment. What have you done, graffitied? Haha, every single time, yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Well, I guess that's good to know. Can't do anything here. Moving on. You again. A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the fall harvest. I had my doubts about Perennial Harvest, but I must admit they do put on a nice party. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens, this is no time for fractured friendships. Basically reading tarot cards. Well, I went a bit faster. Hi, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What?
Sorry,
oh, nothing.
Became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Wait, how's Griffin? Who's Griffin? Huh? Was this Griffin? Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. I wanted to see what all the festival fuss is about, but I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Luca, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True. So what you got in there? Books. Yeah. I was able to return the Perennial Harvest safety suit you brought. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't going to harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Okay, she requested that suit, huh? Oh, wait. Jan, I've got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town, like a bribe but with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Okay. Let's close because everyone's at the festival. Sound. Yeah, well, I know. The library is somewhere quiet. I know. Wait, but he's not there. Hey, Luca.
Eyes lit with excitement.
wasn't expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. Okay, the first. Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rollo does go all out,
Kato
doesn't he?
straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Ahem. On planet Farpool, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies,
Kato
you'll need a
stared at
tissue.
Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay, let me figure it out. Alright. When you find it, bring it here to be verified, and if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. I mean...
There were rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of
Okay. Well, I can tell you one thing, it's not out there. What you need to find is inside this library somewhere. Okay. So where would the comics
Luca
stand here?
grabbed the issue with self-help, a helpful guide, from the shelf.
Once you've got a book, you can either bring it here to me or just grab a different one. Okay.
Luca grabbed 500 meals for one big pot.
Nope.
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success from the shelf.
Nope. Oh wait, the comic's up here. I forgot.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf.
Nope.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
There we go.
Kato
you found it.
removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid
Whoa.
the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that, and only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it, but I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Joff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see
Kato
here.
began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away
He
with such a
continued
grift.
flipping.
Only found in grub, card.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in grub card. Griffin. Griffin's grub card. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then. Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Who the hell is Griffin? I guess that's the person with the ice cream? I can only think of that being the solution. Luca, did you know the Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public workers are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census taking, emergency services. That's Griffin. That's what I thought. Hey, Griffin, did
Before
Rollo
Luca
come?
could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Well and paid for. Enjoy. I thought it was supposed to be a
Luca
riddle or
shrugged,
something.
taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
And there's probably something in it. Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically.
Luca
Well, that's
tugged
just...
at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper. He shook off
come
the
on.
bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep, near the
Luca
fountain up
finished
the
off the
step.
remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. Well, yeah, obviously the cafe. Oh, that's why they said the thing about Griffin. They kind of spoiled that. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big Steph. Let the kids have some fun. Fine. But Rollo owes me one.
Waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings, your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Okay, we got a new jump. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Balloons? Good luck, Luca. So I guess I have to go to the balloons at the festival. Oh. Well, the balloons found me. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yep. Well then, I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've
Rollo
earned this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Oh, that is so sweet. That is actually really cute. Flight! Oh, that's gonna come in handy, I think, in some places. It already feels like so much, but oh my god, this game is so much. Thanks, you didn't have to go through all the trouble. I'm sorry I got to admit. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. You're a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo, still my turn. I feel like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Very mature. Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We should snoop around and try find out some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us, really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know? I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. But isn't Beck waiting for us somewhere? Should I say thank you to Roxy? I don't know. Apparently not. Did you hear? After Mr. K gives his big speech, they're gonna have the first annual Biggest Catch competition. As long as the boot qualifies as a catch, I'm shoo-in. I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran to your grand this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now.
Luca,
A letter?
Some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand.
Oh boy.
If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
He folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
God. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. I haven't done the Pathfinder, the Chronicle in a while. You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know. But we'd been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice, was it? Nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine.
Sadly,
well, there's always next year.
This was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Oh no, what has she done? Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the fireworks?
It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Yeah, this feels like this is gonna be the end of this path. Yeah, something, the big chill, something went wrong.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time.
I knew we had to investigate that trash can.
No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Oh no! No, 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 no. Break, there we go.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, promise Rolo I tell him about...
mid-sentence.
Promise you tell him what? Spit it up, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to Treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah. Okay, so this is where they at least
Luca saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you tell me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place. It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spike gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me! What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide! That's Ares Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order, of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, I think that's the pig guy. There's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. Or it's a grandma. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. Oh yeah, because she said the enemy of my enemy. I'll deal with our common threat. Now this is what I was talking about.
Was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Care's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady, but that's just flat-out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
It is the Gran. I knew it.
A
Family.
chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
And that's I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rosy suspicion.
Gave Ares a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Okay, this is the part where we're finding this one out. I'm basically waiting until I get a next situation where I need a what
Chapter
here?
5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well... I'm sure there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Yeesh. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
Finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
Oh, damn. There. And would you like my eternal soul as well? Hey, Carly.
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, and broke into laughter as they walked away.
I guess we have to talk to him. Hi, Mr. Nuncrete. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give him a good hard bob right in the kisser. Oh, Grant has me just to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Grant is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you'd better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Well, he's not on his own, so... Thank you for not at all acknowledging the existence of Beck. Yo, they're not working for once. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the Perennial Harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. So, I can't wait. I didn't breathe the sigh. I just have to do it. Nothing here. What are these two doing there? Still talking about speeches, I guess?
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
A half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yeah, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. Your Don Toot, and he was...
his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family, present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just a festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down on their luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agricultural business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
In his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
Oh. You treat a seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge and the right leadership, of course. Oh, good night, Mayor Valentine. Okay, let's go. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse just a little further on from here. So what's your buddy Rollo like? Rollo, he's... Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've never just thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the fall harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this fall harvest thing is. It's a kind of long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. The stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used his fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or air or soil, nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest, yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels, one town over for a week, while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Wait, and the groundwater is being contaminated again now. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Bank. He must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. At least he's not having a fit about her being into trios. Welcome to Mission Control.
Waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spent no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. I'll just take the leather up, yeah. I was gonna say. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Okay. God, we have a lot of choices now, and we're nowhere near, like, everything that's probably possible. Okay. Okay, that had enough. Bing. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Joff who trades his junk for snacks. Junk for junk, nice. Okay, let's go though. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are you sure we can trust a new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so. It seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. Why point exactly? How did you get away? I grabbed a rock on something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. So that does mean that it is a second suit though, because Granny's suit wasn't broken. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw Grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Ares Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. Clandestine. So, let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse, you were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit, and then you saw a Gran in the same suit talking to Ares Valentine? Pretty much. I'm beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something, maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day and make jam. Baking jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. Yeah, like who says that that's even your Gran? It'd been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family, but you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something, and Pa always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my Gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can cut me in. Yeah, this definitely sounds like a much more positive one.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
We don't know
Summer
everything.
forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
I wonder if some other paths have other options. What time is it? It's such a cozy jumper. I could never wear a woolen jumper. I would scratch myself so much. Okay, what's up? Oh, I didn't even call you yet. Rolo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Well, it's called a deer stalk, my dear. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Choke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yeah, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gren, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Uh-huh. I would have gone for the grandfather clock, let's be honest. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, I may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gren doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first? No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Luca stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has some berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm going to take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen, but it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach the latch.
Realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
I'm still having the faucet run. Oh god. Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills, and now I shall proceed with...
Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squat needs a good lockpick, and every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it!
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss, but the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
I thought the box on top, maybe. Well, that was anticlimactic. Yep. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup
and...
and...
one of the teacups. It slanted forward with a hollow click.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
I mean, that was the one thing that she brought in. Seems like your Gren has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs, evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. What the hell? I mean, and that must have been in the house before she moved in, right? Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe? Oh wow, yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions. Very good point.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
That's his father. What you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
And caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means, proceed.
Page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Rilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Rilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Heightened surprise.
See, creepy. Yeah, it's kind of disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nunkroot's name.
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
There's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back to this report later and made more notes, so it might be related to something else.
Several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife's passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly. Rolla
What does it
ruffled
say
the
next?
folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There
Luca
has to be more.
frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands?
Luca
This is
slammed the door
bullshit.
shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is Ukraine a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nugget has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Eris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. K has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. We don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. Guys, can I go past? There has to be an achievement in here. Or not? I don't know. At least it doesn't hit him in the face. But why would that be here? Okay, so what do we have here? Barrel smart caution explosive and jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your grand making? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs, right? Well, I mean, considering how people reacted to it, I mean, it's possible. Only one way to find
Rollo
out.
casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Whoa!
He smacked his
Huckleberries,
lips.
a hint of brown sugar, and ink?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo offered a slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
So she was delivering messages that way. That's why they were labeled. It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A Grand Jamgram? It says, last night I used a disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide, but I'm the bad joke guy around here.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town,
Rollo
and if we follow
traced
it...
the path with his finger.
The one I can't... Yeah, the one I can't take. It
He
leads right
jabbed
to...
down at the end point.
Town Square? That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rollo, this doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over here. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Gulp. Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival! Not if we stop her. What was
Luca
that?
looked up from the map.
What was the what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door, which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet, hit the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps.
Oh boy.
The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other.
In the dark. But also, I don't know if the hutch actually closed the secret
A
passage or
muffled
not.
male voice broke the silence. A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
That's the guy who got a gem.
The three
Anyone
kids
down there?
shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh? Guess
Rollo
it's
shifted
nothing.
suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
With all his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man?
From
Anyone
the
there?
back corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. But there was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you just kill that person?
Scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground, pressing his fingers to the man's neck. He sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo.
As
He's
Beck
knocked out
flicked
cold.
back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver.
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious,
Why do I have so
Mr.
many charms,
Tolliver
though, if I
slumped
don't use
heavily
any?
in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids
boy.
huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain. They couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Hit one the classic good cop. Obviously this one.
They'd run the
Hard cop
classic
interrogation.
good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
Okay, but
Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
well, Mr.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver? Okay, but I kind of want to see... Okay. So we're kind of far up that branch. So we've done everything here. We've done everything here. This one still had different options. Yeah, we have the tall and chill. I kind of want to go back to this though. Like, I want to kind of build both of them equally. Well, time to bust out the tickle in this case.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, want to see something cool? Yup, check it.
Lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arm.
Are we making her fall into the goop now? What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yep. Hey up! Hey
Tears
up!
began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter. Beck redoubled her
hey up.
efforts until
what's
Tish
supposed to mean.
finally had had enough.
Hey up! What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening
eyes
us.
darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered I have somewhere to be. See you around,
He
you kid.
kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
No! What? What a little creep. Back, I think you got a
Beck
little
shook
ooze
the
in your
ooze
hair.
out of her hair as best as she could.
Shit. Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh god. But at least it was only the hair.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath.
Yeah, and I screwed up because I didn't play through until the next choice, I think, with the previous situation.
He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Oh yeah, because he was still missing at this point. Right. And I wanted to go this way, but I can't. Okay. Oh. Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did the kid with grey hair just run
Roxy
past us
and
in a
Fitz
panic?
looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's back. I don't care if she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to still
Roxy's
tell me
temper
the
could
truth.
often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca. In
running
a
out of
torrent
time.
rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rolla and I weren't just playing in Report yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse, but someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in the dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body, and so we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home, and it's all my fault, and now my best friend may never come back. Wow. Just wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rolla's gonna be okay, I promise. I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. I don't wanna help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around and have to do something.
The safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rolla shows up.
Luca
Sounds like
wiped
a plan?
his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. And now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well,
Looking
weirder
into
than
the
normal.
puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. Okay.
Mr. Nuncreed jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fella like that. Sorry. Who are you talking to?
Luca
What?
motioned to the phone booth.
Oh no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Oh, because he's the one calling the Gran every time. Kind of. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boys' antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him, I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. If there is something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him.
There was a... Okay, I only have one
There was
option.
a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Okay. Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine house. Okay, but hold on. Because that is one branch. But we're going back to this one. Sorry, I'm gonna jump like crazy now. This is where the ADHD completely comes into fucking play. Skip to where you left off. Yes!
Chapter 4.
Awesome.
Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Right, exactly. Okay, I love that I can immediately skip to that. Gran, I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rollo. Check outside. She's not there. Gran? Roxy came over. She was worried about him. So I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. It turns out Rollo is safe and sound. Oh, we've been told that by Mr. Kerr. See, we haven't been in this room. We can't get into the closet.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat
God.
in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?"
Okay, so that basically means there's another... Yeah, this is not a foreboding dream, so there's another
Luca's
bad
father
ending.
gave a warm
As expected.
chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work.
Totally not
Interesting
disturbing.
choice. With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice. But I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. Dad, I don't understand. Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal. The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. Dad, look out! His father casually wound the reel. None of it's your fault, you know. Never was. Dad, we have to go! Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. Please, you have to run! The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Yep. Yeah, not foreboding at all. Oh, this again.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Polo? Oh, just a 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short is
Faintly,
SOS.
he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca. Rollo, is that you? Luca. There? Rollo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here.
Rollo's
down
voice was
here?
coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me, someone grabbed me yesterday. What, the man in the hazmat suit? Took me to some sort of... I think I'm on the ground. On the ground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in... For now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kerr? No, trust. He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
Silent,
Rollo?
Luca held
Rollo, where
still.
are you?
waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can barely hear you. Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The treehouse!
The signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Although, you're a genius.
Walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
I mean, we were also supposed to go there anyway. Okay, let's go.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Clippers? Oh no. The town brigade, basically. So we all understand our roles? You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while the danger persists. Okay, another chump. Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Took one long, quiet breath.
You're right, you can count on me. I just wish we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Oh, that's... yeah. So, the one where Rollo doesn't disappear is, yeah, the one that's probably more going towards the good ending. So it's good that I'm doing these first. Plans change. How's Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all... I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
Shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Okay. We need to get to the treehouse. Quickly! Gran? Why are you meeting with Mrs. Fatrelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Hey, Luca! Yeah! Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Curiosity? Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned a festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from here in Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified, or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of a scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? No, I'm gonna stick out here for a bit longer. See you, Luca. I also had not expected her right next to us. Yeah, no, that's just a sign. Off to the treehouse. Well, hold on. What's going on here? I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You're right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, all is good.
Shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. Okay, so they did something to the festival sign. But we have no time. Just a weird dream, not ice. Rollo, are you there? So ominous. I'm at the treehouse now, Rollo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. Look at that little tail bobbing up and down. What happened out there? Dang it, Rollo, where are you? Probably under torrential harvest. Who's there?
I can only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here, so you'd better come out right now.
Hear as a muffled voice began.
Back, maybe? Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Luca's throat.
Who are you? What, you don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
For a moment, trying to place the dampened voice.
Oh, yeah, I know who that
The figure
is.
shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster, and now they hunt me like the beast I am.
Luca
Iggy?
reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me! This is all your
Slumped
fault.
to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you can control yourself for a second and I get to be like this forever? There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day. With his positive attitude and the power of friendship, None of this matters, there's no time. They're after me. They chase me all through Weepwood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Luca! Rollo? It's not safe, Luca! Rollo, where are you? The treehouse! I'm at the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they're going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackatoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic, you stay here and I'll see what they want. Whoa. Hello, Mr. Warnhorn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in just a second. Of course, of course, of course, of course. We have a problem. Look, you gotta get out of there. Who's out there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They are saying the same stuff, but with the creepy knob cranked to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts.
Iggy
Run!
slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave all of us a heck of a scare. Go away, just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help. Help? Then why were you chasing me? Luca, can you chuck some sense into your pal here? Just look at him, he's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honking big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. Yes, poor fella just got a little lost. That's a lie. That is a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why, because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Her smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a hang of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca, the only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe, for now at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite a pickle, and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends. Oh, great.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Oh, cool. Fight or flight. Oh, we're
Luca
going to fight
drew
first.
himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
I'm sure it's gonna look cool, but it's not gonna help a lot. Also, the leather is down. Hey, Mr.
Luca
Kerr.
summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Hey, that was uncalled for, more than a little rude and just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to
Turned
this.
his back on the two boys. With
And
a
this.
nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit.
Oh,
As
I'll
the
be down.
clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here.
Sorry, this one. Let's try with flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches.
Yeah, because now we know it's kind of useless.
He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr, we'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels. I knew they wanted to go on tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
He didn't bring his coat. I wonder if he could have brought the coat. That was actually pretty badass. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Then what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in two faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? If it is, I've never seen one like it before. What's the readout? Sitting just above 258 Kelvin. That's down a bit from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small notch in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Just a few more sides to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. That is the welcome sign. What's all this? Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under it. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Wood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, Snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Obviously kick it. Oh.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all the snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we thought before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. Luca, are you there?
I almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Care. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in the
Luca looked
woods.
at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? Of course, because he had the father killed and the mom kidnapped. You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
You gotta keep moving. Oops. Oh, they fenced
The
it up.
fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
Looks like the stuff they put up around Weepwood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. This stuff looks familiar to you. It looks like the barrel near the puddle I shoved me into, yeah.
Looking down
all
at the frozen
frozen.
stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run, or swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to get going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hangatomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed, and everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark
Luca
anyway.
allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest
huddled
for a
together
bit.
for warmth and comfort.
They're gonna die,
If
you know.
not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
The way the snow covered everything over, it's kind of calming. Yeah, I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, this bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my
motioned
temper.
sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously, but that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody types take forever to understand a very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into fights? That's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rollo are always having a blast together, laughing and calling the dinky little treehouse mission control.
Wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn, with his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she even already likes you. You have
He wiped
Tish.
his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great, but she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you
Luca gave a
know?
warm chuckle.
I get that
Cleared his
impression.
throat as he wiped his eyes.
Huh, it must be raining out there.
Iggy
Definitely.
arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah, let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the
Luca's
bottom of all
eyelids
this.
began to slowly drift shut.
Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. There's no way there was
The
a
house
bad
smelled
though.
of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his
dream.
parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. This is how you remember them, huh? Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams. Still clad in a yellow hazmat suit. Still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww. Look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know, it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch. That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. Oh, now. We both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people.
Yeah, an oath that usually gets people killed.
I won't turn my
like
back
in this
on
case.
them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Sharper? Oh, yeah, that's that
Raised her
guy.
voice. Spare me your bullshit platitude. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on?
What a
Walt dropped
question.
to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere. Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly.
Sure.
Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With
Oh
a
my
wink
god,
and a
the
grin,
lawyer.
he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation, slowly
heard of
raising
this
one
person.
hand above Iggy. It snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands
Whether
off
it was
me.
the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep, minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt anybody, huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me,
When it came
you...
to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-headed, scarfy-necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend, an observer, a hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great, how about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off?
Nat
Very
began
well.
to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? If we're knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here
Iggy
one way or
turned
another.
sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Okay, so it's a he. Very well, I suppose this isn't a time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back
And
home.
Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Yeah, I have a feeling hope is not going to be that home that they are thinking about. Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay,
For a
open them.
brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood, or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons, but this is not our home. We're inching closer to the truth. Our last reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines, the original true Beacon Pines. I'm literally waiting for this branch to die. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor, power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail as for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty? The best one can do is to
Nat
uncover
narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered.
the source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why
Luca
indeed?
began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's so ridiculous. There's no
He
way
looked
they
down
could.
at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
If this really is home,
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow,
The
Nat
grave.
called out.
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Weepwood.
Chapter 6.
Okay, this branch is way longer than
The
I expected.
source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rolo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know. Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree
not there.
was gone. Uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow.
But the grave
His
remained.
numb hands hit something hard. A headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here? All this time I thought I was visiting you, but you've been here, alone in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
No reply. Just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh, Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy.
Suddenly,
Yikes.
they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Oh, fuck. We gotta hide. 259k. Fall of distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved the whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth.
He
The
bent
truth
down
is
to scoop up
overrated.
a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, come on now. It's almost lunchtime. Haha, weirdo. One hell of a weird dance. Where are we going to west now? Here I thought I was a jerk. These stinguses are out here literally dancing on graves.
Heaving sobs.
I thought it was visiting him. I thought he was with me. I'm not gonna lie, that's a bad break.
Iggy
Here's some
gave Luca a
advice.
solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow crying like some pushover. Who are you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kern, his merry little band of clipboards pulled off this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned
Luca
something
wiped
about a
his eyes
source.
with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to the precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to
Flashed a
smash?
mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad, I promise. Let's do this. Locate the source. Whoa! Well, I need another anchor point. It can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay and stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens, no. Do I seem like a
Iggy
killer
and
to
Luca
you?
shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Oh shucks, no, that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. I think we can only go this way, right? Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that
Iggy
means...
darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you
He
didn't.
stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare, but like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So, might you underestimated things? You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rollo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried them under the tree. But when I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and
He
tossed them.
triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved, it was us. Unbelievable. But when did that switch happen? Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo, you're not a hero. You're a little brat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Agatopic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Well, I guess we found the source.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eye. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Is this how we fix it? Echo, 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 echo. Wah. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Uh-oh. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr, where's Rolo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
The back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens, no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime, and you happen to be extras ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Snapped his finger.
Scene change. How are none of them freezing? There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't?
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret is one of my specialities. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw this in your precious hole? Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Up, just far enough.
A single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You all can head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down.
With a
What, like this?
click, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Oh,
With a
wow.
growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How, what channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just hold us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. K, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Philly is Young.
Look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Wow, can you believe this guy? Okay,
His
I got a new
hand
one.
began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me.
Luca
It's okay.
loosened his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr.
Luca
Iggy,
felt
no.
his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Settled over Iggy's face.
Luca,
Iggy's
let me
voice
do
was
this.
colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Okay. Luca had no choice but to... Obviously, Whoopi refused. I don't know what's gonna happen if refused. We're gonna
Luca
try.
had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time. But Luca pressed the button and called out, We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror. Now, a clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away.
This is how we end up with
A swarm
that.
of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
I mean, yeah, but that's an ending, and I still have some others. Something of shame. We've done fight or flight. Oh, that is the other one. Well, let's see this one through.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Wow, that's a bit macabre. Hello, goodbye, Iggy. Not. Look, I should have really stepped back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course, those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend sacrificed to save this town, for a little while anyway. How? Tempo's liquid mine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks make the whole freeze over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
Some idea what that would look like.
It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all of this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west.
Okay.
Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
Okay, wait. There is obviously a code in this. So issue... Oh, would that be the book issue 2?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Don't know about the shame part. With this one. Okay, hostile interrogation. That one feels like it's still very long and has actually more options, maybe. Oh yeah, that was the one with the shame, right?
Deeps, if Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Right. That was, yeah, her hair got colored. And I think there's probably something else. That would be an option here, but we haven't received that yet because that would be on the interrogation path.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Oh yeah, he just said we were investigating the old Valentine's warehouse. Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? Not exactly, I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were just looking around, then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
His shoulders slumped.
Oh god, wait, that would have been Beck's mom's predecessor then. I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
It was him. But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
Shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
That's why he wanted to jam. That's why it was important that he wouldn't get his hands on the other ones. What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
Shut with a mechanical hiss.
I was gonna say, that's how they get into the tunnels. Shit. It's the phone booth.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet.
So Shame
The
is
inside
correct.
of the phone booth was now a loose capsule, plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end.
I knew it.
No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Yeah, I think there is another, it looks like there is another branch going up from there. But for now I've cleared that side quite well. Yeah, let's do a check up. We haven't even done any of it.
Good cop, chill cop interrogation.
Because we only saw the beginning.
Luca walked
I'll handle
calmly
this. I
to
gotta
the
play
light
cool.
switch, flicking it off and on a few times.
Oh no, we did do the other one.
Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got
He
my
looked
bell
over
wrong.
to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. This was all a big mistake. Look at what's going on here. Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled.
Rollo and
Rollo's here?
Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No? And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah? So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just, all this stuff seems pretty weird. A book with names of people from town, an archive of my dad's old
Luca
disturbing
gestured
patient
to the
notes,
corner.
barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an
Luca looked again
explanation.
to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the binding. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This will all make sense in time. He's gonna lock them in.
Toward the stairs as he spoke.
You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark
Before
past
the kids
indeed.
had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
Past that must be brought
Punctuated his final
to
words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light.
Beck darted
Son
to
of
the wall
a-
and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down
Tolliver's
here.
muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Played cool, huh? Not now, Bag.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end.
Nice.
Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
Alright, there's still 2 branches coming off of this one. I didn't get... Wait, but where... I need to get to the library to get that charm. And Hardcup. Skip to where I
Rollo
left off,
staggered
yep.
past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Beck
Mr.
and Luca
Tolliver?
gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver!
He grabbed
Don't
the
scream.
table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint. The chair
What in the
wobbled
world?
as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's
Mr.
there?
Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions, you punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, it looks like you're
Doubtful expression
sweating.
on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! Well,
Mr.
I don't
Tolliver's
even...
voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper, to make everything's ready. Oh, so in cahoots with Gran?
Mr.
Gran?
Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival?
He
Good
shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source?
His
It's
voice
where
faded to a whisper.
the town began, where it all began. What is Operation
With that,
Sparkplug?
Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Well, that's one way to deal with this.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo, I think you went a little too hard on him. What did you say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we'd better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, the tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Cardo can help us find it. Haha, this is where I get my hands on issue 2. Let's go get some answers. Oh, neat. Hold on. I need that book. No? Oh, God damn it. Where is it? This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? Nice. Oh, Cardo hung out here so much eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Mrs. Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet, and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you in Rollo, I can't put you any higher on the waitlist for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you speak my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? That's the county record archives. What's in those? Birth, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading, but they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8, 6 Feet Under, 3 Towns Over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
At least we know now that it's not actually the fountain per se, but we know that the source is there. If I have to read any more records, my eyeball's gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
His book with an assertive nod.
If you've got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal, and it won't be boring county records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries
Rollo
myself.
muttered under his breath.
You're a county record? Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history.
Beck
Just like
her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired there. Let's just take a minute and... That's his grand's name.
Something tickled the back of
Yeah.
Luca's mind.
Wait, what was the name back? In the orbit? Jay Hartford from the Oakville Tribune 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. That's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were two Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her younger daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Oh, this is getting creepy. If your gran is 6 feet under 3 towns over, then who am I living with?
Hung in the air.
Alright, gang, I get a close-up for the
Beck
night.
rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Har's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. Okay, but when am I supposed to get my hands on that book?
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing
I would
with
have untied
him
him
would
at
be the
least.
first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
But we need... I actually need the key. Nobody's saying anything about the water? Okay. Wait, so she didn't check? She pretended to be asleep.
Mr.
Oh
Tolliver
no.
was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a
Gran
trace?
knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little
Luca
brain
rushed
food.
over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
Really? I'm afraid your jam
He
delivery
flipped the
will be
lid to read
delayed.
the label.
Mr. Lundgren. Okay, now I can think. So if Gwen knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing was wrong. Gwen will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Okay. Ooh, the music's so eerie. Yeah, right. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed and play cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him.
We haven't even been into these two rooms.
With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
Oh, fuck, yeah, because that jam was... Oh, no! It was laced with something!
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Shit. Come on, Lex, just a few more steps. Ugh.
Luca groaned and tried to move.
Oh
His
my God.
limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground.
Holy.
Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
This is your room. Ah, Christ. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? A lot of trouble, apparently. And we still don't know that much about what the Valentines are up to. Rest now and let me handle everything. Oh no. But also I'm wondering, because we have the first issue here, we don't have the second issue here.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
The festival. Is the ball somewhere? No. Nothing I can do here. I don't think the issue is up here. Okay, I still can't get in there. Still can't get in there. I guess I just locked forever. I guess we just gotta run. Oh, here are the other two. Yay. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intent for Mr. Nutcreed put me to sleep. Whoa, ho ho, Sly Devil. Okay. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found, but Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving. I wonder if this like, because I have so many charms.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing? Hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be here where it's today without my father, Shopper Valentine, so I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
And awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, what was I?
Bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine, everyone.
Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off
the stage. Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout! Ah, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be a shame to waste such a beautiful podium.
Pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am the dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life forever.
To survey the crowd.
You know what?
Away a single.
Dear, sorry. From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. Oh, so good. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place, to see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
The podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment. Change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community, and Perennial Harvest is community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. A conviction that the better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are the horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
His voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I'm tickled pink that we will all be making the choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish.
The crowd
What was
began
that?
to look around nervously.
I have to stop. I keep doing this. Don't worry, little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone
Mr.
remain
Kerr
calm.
quickly flicked through his note cards.
It wasn't thunder. Where was I? Through all of my travels, I've learned one true thing. One always reap what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town, and so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim.
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
Our harvest awaits. Uh-huh. Not a bad ending.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched.
So there's still
For
two
a man
branches.
like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything! Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that.
Are we, Eleanor?
We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again, please.
Yeah, Sly is an option here now. We definitely have all the options here. Every option here, every option here, every option here. And this is a shame, so... Yeah, this is all we have left with Sly. I figured that was the next option.
They'd run the classic
We're getting closer.
good cop, sly cop interrogation.
But there's so many charms we haven't even used
Nika
yet.
and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few
Third time's a
crisp
charm.
snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Mudwill girl. Please call me back. Sorry
Mr.
about all
Tolliver
this.
looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you
Caught
here?
herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? Or better way to avoid prying eyes. Who would suspect a child? I suppose
Mr.
that makes
Tolliver
sense.
wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to
Mr.
trust in
Tolliver
this town.
rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both
Twirled
here
her
to
hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck shook
evidence.
her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old girl is nothing
Mr.
if not
Tolliver let
thorough.
out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up
Beck
down
was
here.
on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good, there's one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had to radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf, and wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and know where to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
Yep. You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells us is apples.
Blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about the candy shelf. Fine, in the meantime, I've got an
She
idea.
turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is
Beck
never what it
marked each
seems.
scrap of paper and leaned back.
We just need to find a hidden message. Okay, what's another word for underground? Buried? Covered? Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingy, so would be... You would be 21. She's talking about the Caesar code. N would be 14. D would be... Oh, it's an anagram. Duncrease
Nika and
Drugstore.
Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Krantz, not Rockstar. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. I love ciphers too, but I would absolutely not know it by heart. Okay, there was still the issue with the... You scared me half to death, sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Yeah. Very true. Oh. Still frozen, so we gotta run. Late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this Insipid Town Festival really about?
Gus looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Cairn Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, heiress, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That's just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. Are we going to choose to be a part of that future or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always be just a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. We never even got into the town hall, come to think of it. It's getting late, children. No. I'll tell that to her. Knowledge, she spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. I do hate it when the villains make a good point. Well, I guess we're going to the drugstore.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nutmeg. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Then where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
A surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. But whatever floats your boat. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. I like licorice. Oh yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nutcreek kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash. Bye, Solomon? Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nutcreek? No.
Beck
I hope they all
cupped
go
her
in together.
hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Cran's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets.
Beck
The password.
flung open the door, and they all squeezed in.
Alright, let's see
Luca
here.
cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Let me first check. This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found a mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found the hazmat suit. If it walks like an uncreed and talks like an uncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer, and a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. I guess that's where we want to go. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah, why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. Okay. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Well, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even war yet. What was that? Hide. Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome. You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers, Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password, but they love anything that makes them feel clever. They? Who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. Okay, he's not completely an asshole in this case. We don't care about our skins. Hold on. I like my skin. This all stops now in Uncrete.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know your father and I were friends back before.
Toward the strange tubes.
All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hellbent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Creed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity, he'd found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people, but the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
Wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sub-story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what he's doing.
Took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this, but he forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My Gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival.
The
Why
color
would she?
drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted in today, and honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's going to do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now, she's in danger, boy. I don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. The fountain? But why would...
realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
She knows about the source? What the heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's going to freeze us all. Yeah. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town. Ooh, okay.
Chapter 8.
Okay, before we do that, very, very quick break. Very quick break. Fair warning. But I'm just gonna leave this on. Whew, and back. And I think I figured something out. Because it's the one with the... Oh wait, I need to click into the game, yeah.
The cold, hard truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
That was intense, yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. I didn't feel like we traveled that far. So where did it all go? Cat's playing with a candy wrapper. This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We've got to catch up to Nuncrete. I think you went this way. Yeah. Let me just see this again. Because I know that's here, and that's with the sly, and if we go back, we'll definitely end up here. That was the weather. Wait, I want to check something. Because the only time the light would work...
Luca began to...
I need to get to the apology and everything.
At that...
I just want to check. Okay, I'm just gonna check if there was anything else with poking around that I needed. Okay.
Luca wiped it. Beck looked down.
I just want to make sure.
Luca flicked it.
I need to get past all of this.
Luca bet judging. He flipped open.
Come on, do the window
Beck
thing.
took a moment. Luca took it.
I just want to make sure. Because it had the 2 and charm. I might be wrong that it's maybe not the book, but it was in that purple writing. And the only time we were able to look at purple writing was at the library. But only during the scavenger hunt. I can't imagine what it would even do, but... Because there's not even room for another branch here, but I just want to check.
Back. Chapter friendly. The air was despite he did not even. But it's not adding back. This is what.
I can ignore her for now. Okay, we're going back that way. I didn't see her sitting there every time it was night. Oh yeah, this conversation. So they kind of moved it in the last 3 years, I guess, based on what he said. Because he came in 4 years ago. Cat complaints coming in soon, maybe. Oh no! Oh, hold on. I need to let one of my cats in. One in, one out. I want you out again. I just should check if he has food. I think he does. Okay, but yeah, back to the treehouse. So if there's any interruptions, you'll know why.
Look at it all. Rollo
So
Scott.
immersed in this game. But yeah, I can't get that purple ink out of my head. That would also explain why I could even grab another book then. I should 5. Bring on the tears, friends.
Luca both. Rollo's tone. The word Rollo's, but it was.
And off we go. Oh,
Look at-
football, yeah. Okay,
Grand.
there we go, that's the first time.
Luke, he wait.
Kick the ball a few times, maybe. Go to bed.
Luca does.
Okay, yeah, no, because the first hint at least was the library.
Lucas beside.
That's about when Rollo came by. I think this time I need to kick the book. Yeah. There we go.
The event. Luca, Rollo, a special prolo. Luca wasn't, or just whatever the, but it is now. He'd read it all. He was well in.
I'm very curious about the Gren though, like to know who she is. But then again, it said the source was messing around with time.
Without
So-
realizing he once again.
Did I kind of made a mistake and
Lucas,
she
he looked up at Walt was dad, taking off he jangled and
Did I
lifted
do
the
other
sword.
else?
Lucas eye in and in across the figures
Some
well.
inversion,
Make yourself Luca
kind of?
held it. They're yellow. It's a cold Luca.
But I made a
Kitty.
mistake of bringing in
Luca
records.
Luca leapt. We've got the figure. Why wait? The figure. They are not. Lucas
Oh, yeah.
the figures with a jolt. A cloud. Lucas
Dream.
on older. The sense as if he could double. I tried. He gestured. And all it. Lucas you. Luca felt his father have reached this. Luca what? Well. Luca what? What?
So much.
Luca felt just from. Luca. Luca the kind.
Come on, get over this conversation. We need to talk to Roxy. Next day. Come on, get to the corn dog bit.
Luca
Oof,
Luca took a deep
almost. I hope this is all worth it.
truth, despite a bit whether if one is Luca empathy he had.
And we're going. Don't get. They must have been superstitious to not. Because they copied the gravestone, but they didn't move the whole gravestone.
Luca looked.
Okay, let's go. Finally. Yeah, this is all irrelevant. Oh, hold on. My baby wants out. It's like quite death cold. I think it's like 10 degrees, so it's not that bad, and that's less interruptions for us. Yeah.
Kato's straight. Kato stared.
Okay, let's see for the second
Luca
issue.
grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4 from the shelf.
That's not what I need.
Luca grabbed Natural Photography, volume 5. Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radiation from the
Nope. Maybe there is nothing here.
There were rarely any simply. Luca grabbed The 5 Pillars of Success. Luca grabbed
no.
the issue. Luca grabbed 500.
No, it's none of this. I was hoping I could get
Luca
issue 2
grabbed
here.
the
Yeah,
Luca
no,
grabbed
number
the
4
adventure-
or 5.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4 from the
So
shelf.
it's not here. I'm just gonna see if there is anything. Okay, I thought I might have found something. Yeah, about that. I think there's a Reddit post about it. I just want to check. Somebody else thought there might be a hint to issue 2, yeah. Okay, it might have something to do with the other ending. Okay. Yeah, we still can't do anything here. Okay, I'm doing this one with... Whoa. Sly, and then... Yeah. Perfect. Okay, well, at least we tried. No, it's not here. Just run across. Okay, this is going to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. I got it. It's obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me here. Your species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pines citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Okay, let's go.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss nearby. A wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Because I was thinking, like, the torch alone would not do enough damage, but if that wheelbarrow had been filled with black powder, fuck yeah. Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran, what's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Held steadfast in awe, Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Winced with anguish, his voice hardened.
That's not true.
Now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burden. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your wages having to line your pockets. No, that's not fair.
Each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions.
Just
The
think so.
wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
And in the stillness he began to... This is probably the good ending, so we're going with the bad
And
one
in the
first.
stillness, he began to weep. It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
This will all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal, I
She
promise.
stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties lie.
Ignoring
Juniper,
his
don't.
final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And here we go with
She
the ice again.
smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be
Before
willing
Gran
to...
could finish, the ground shook her to silence.
And here comes the ice. I like to get all the bad endings out of the way first, okay?
Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca, her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror. There was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they
Delivery is so
remain,
good.
fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
But there is still one ending afterwards.
And in the stillness, he began to hum. After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind, the only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother, shivering in the raw snow. He began to hum it out loud.
I wonder if that's his mom, but from like another time.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
So the mom wasn't actually missing. She was wearing a disguise.
Lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The only people who call me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother, only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
How? Here's Mom and Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on, but the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if anyone thought I was gone. Everyone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want, and they don't care who gets hurt in the process. And what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
Her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop perennial harvest, the cold hard
Luca
truth.
gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone, we've got a party to crash. Will I believe them, though? That's what I'm wondering. You don't understand, he always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7
Oh,
months
Shopper's
ago,
alive, isn't he?
Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under Perennial Harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door bust open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them. Every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
This is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by its scruff and making things happen changes a choice. I'm tickling that we shall all be making the choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and Perennial Harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right on our noses. You're not making any sense, dear.
Addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the fall harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated... Right, Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You snivelling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see this? This festival is a sham. An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her. She has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true, and now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhat comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... Oh, he is sharper. He himself is sharper. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncrete.
Dragged on Joseph Nuncrete's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want him to see this. Ah, do you have a tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn? You've been quite the thorn in my side, like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess you look dreadful.
Plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
We need to see this ending so we get the option for the other one, because that was going to be the final one. Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party, but alas, I expected something a bit more oppressive than inquiry and trembling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr? Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You've done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon. Founder, you're most gracious.
Rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
A glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
But that means we can also change Eleanor back, probably.
A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No! Ah, so you didn't see that coming.
Sharper
Good.
examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign.
Sharper
wonderful.
choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. Okay. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance,
Gave a
Mr.
subtle
Kerr?
nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to
Helpless
contribute?
quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You clearly lost without me, and that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give, the opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement, but Silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse. A son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Heiress, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's all right, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense, the people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because you left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. Take us for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I'm willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? You think that puffed-up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Don, I suppose it's time for your big
addressed
exclusive.
the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow, you've earned
Kerr
it.
flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service. The dude who wrote the book about himself in the library. Great. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. I truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's a delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in Stone fears most, and I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha, the young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. If things would have gone a bit differently, you might have had your moment of triumph, but that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time, and our time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought, but well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckle.
Enough chit-chat, let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image.
Oof.
The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Oh, I know. Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for. There was a malice looking behind
There
his
was
eyes.
a malice.
There might still be
lurking
one
behind those
branching,
eyes,
but I think there's not that
like
much
a
space.
trap ready to spring. Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want us all to be over. Of course, I'm sure it will all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the treehouse.
Creed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. Yeah, no! Run! Although, wait, library. I might want to see if I can get to issue number 2 now. Probably not. Nope. I have no idea. Because everyone assumed it was that. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mama always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up, but my problems always seemed to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Me too. These festival decorations are a bit a humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree this is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad, it's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know the festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone...
off, eagerly formulating a plan.
So what are we supposed to do? Oh, that's her mum. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Mudwell. I work here now. I'm unable to locate you on your staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvester waits. Whoa. You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man while he's junking, Sonny. Evening, Joff. Isn't it kinda late to be junking? I might as well ask the same thing of you. Find anything good? Bah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I'd better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problemo. The important thing is... we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. We're all a part of something special, Luca, and it all starts right here in Beacon Pines, I got it.
Looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me, look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Gog, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, nothing with him. Nothing with this kid, okay. Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! Rollo, wherever you are, I hope you're
felt
okay.
his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag.
This is also after her hair got dyed.
Conceded to its lumpy embrace. Once again, Luca found himself in a vast, black expanse. This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Lucas stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. You made me proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad, what is this place? A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together. Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. That makes sense. Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Damn.
Chapter 5.
Only?
Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Wait. Stop right there, or I'll... Sheesh, I know it's stuck and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Oh, because I thought Luca was the one who's gonna end up in a grown-up form, but it's Rollo.
The
Who
large
are you?
figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
His jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running Ray, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? To know, they threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower, but beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so
Luca moved
small?
to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window. His
What
hands
the-
shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crot. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed up my cage and escaped. What, you smashed up in the cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. They had you in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger? Ha.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's
With
up?
a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Yeah. Ah! Take cover. Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is back. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I didn't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out with your large adult friend? Ah, no, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? I'm sorry, you're the one who just showed up out of nowhere, so we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret, and I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Back, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah,
She
but...
shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
Anything you can say about me, you can say about Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it?
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Oh god, what happened now? Oh no, okay. Just need to play it cool, and I hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing, I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I just kind of felt like a change. This is going to take forever to grow out. You were the one who said a change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson too hard.
To put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That guy seems like a grade A creep. Back! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not going to ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much for her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. Okay, that's my cats in case you're wondering. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. In the mountains, you don't get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do to fix about your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival, but not to other people.
And after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey, but that doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more...
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mum. Wait. First of all, the sound does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? This next part is the important bit. I have this radio upgrade with my mom and I was too angry to sleep, so I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patching through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Cats. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Mudfield seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished her work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have no time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risk. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. So, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay just for a bit. Oh? It's just we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. What? Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone. Capital murder.
Gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. Nah, as far as we know, Kerr's the top banana at Perennial Harvest. He's not scared of this founder guy, so we haven't even top a banana on the field. What the hell's my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue to work for someone she respected. Yeah, bad news. Luca, do you think the body at the warehouse was the person Mac's mum came to replace? That would make sense. Back, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got, loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mum out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't you just come home after work? The creep on radio said they were going to hold her until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
A large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this will help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map from my mom's PH orientation day, but it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's a reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys, we have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Wiggle with excitement.
A heist. I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6.
This is most definitely a heist.
The heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work.
It will
The
have to.
final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread.
Okay, so basically we're gonna hit town a
Even
lot.
enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily,
think of one
there was
person.
enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival
what
was to
about Rollo?
begin in one day, and they each had their assignments.
Okay. Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me? Cordial is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your
Vaguely
new
at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? She'll be so happy I'm alive she wouldn't
Beck
even notice.
snorted an involuntary giggle.
And back. You sure Ilona won't just shoot this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie's in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Joff. And how are you going to persuade them? I
They
think
each
I'll
looked
think of
at each
something.
other with sleepy
Yeah.
confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Enlist the help of Joff, yeah. Enlist the help of Iggy and Tish. Okay, so I did half read and then guess correctly. Because we said ill will. Nothing with the puppy. Okay. Where the heck is Joff? Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No, endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end up until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction, but can he really pull through? Joff is probably down. This Piper. Actually, wait, let's check here first. He might be at the diner. Guess Mrs. Fratelli is getting ready for the festival. Anything else, Don? You ever wondered why an agricultural company employs an army of survey takers, the clipboards? They say they're just trying to make us happy. Did you want to make us happy, or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. Yep, we did learn about that one. Yeah, I was staying far away from the other guy, but... yeah, nothing here. Shit, that means we have to go in his direction. Oh, there he is. Hey, Joff. What can I do for you? Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Sorry, I mean, didn't say it was a wrong word. Gotcha. So we're gonna bring to the headquarters and I thought you might be able to help.
Breathed out a long snicker.
Yeah, see? I knew you kids were alright. Great, so you'll help?
Jeff's face trained instantly.
Not a chance. But give me one good reason I should risk my hide aiding and abetting you
Looking into the
rascals.
sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Oh, here we go. Fight. I've done enough fighting for one lifetime and more than my share of losing. Time's come to hang up the gloves. Okay. So I guess I just get
Luca
to...
wasn't ready to give up so easily. He shouted out again.
Shit. Yeah, it's all shit. I'll still ain't helping. Ain't that some shit? I'm gonna go with hide first because I think junk is the
Jeff's
correct one.
brow
Hide.
perked up.
What'd you say?
Sensing
Go ahead and
some
hide
traction,
then.
Luca carried on with vigor.
Oh, okay. Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. What do you want?
Jeff's
We're not
scowl
afraid.
faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jov and they all do, but you'll never hear him say I
One
hide
big
from
stomp
nothing.
of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
Okay, there we go. What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I've got just the thing. And while we're at it, a crate should come in handy. This ain't gonna be free, you know? I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it. Put it on my
Offered
tab.
out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Okay. But now I have to find the other two, and I didn't see them anywhere. Nope. I'm gonna try one last time, but I probably can't get anything off the shelves. Nope. They might be near the group again. I don't know. We've never been able to go into her store. There they are. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca. Are you here to try to take a loss to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately life has been kinda strange, you know?
Considered the point.
Things have been weird around here, so I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we break our hostilities, at least for now? We do like breaking things, even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so that I can sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ.
Spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
Luca was off.
Yep, fireworks. I'm glad I got all the right choices. Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
Single tear
treehouse.
ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist requires preparation, and thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We're locked and loaded on my end. And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
And he has 200% of that.
Rollo took a few vigorous breaths and shook out his arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right. That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and
Stroke
such.
of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Yep, they've definitely paid attention. Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing. I'll just check.
And flip through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just
Rollo
complete this form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
I'm panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir? Our harvest awaits. Ready to like this candle dish? Yep. Suck on this, Perennial Hamfist. What was that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
Fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay, okay. Haha. Phew, that was close. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figure when in doubt, stick with the classics. Well, that was a close one, but you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep, deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with back, in case you need some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Okay. That's odd. There's not even any cups for the water. Oh great, it's a fucking maze. Just keep going left. You can do it. A whole way to nowhere. What's going on in here? clothing behind me is never good. Solomon
stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you
A
okay?
of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatic.
No, I'm most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Roland Becker headed to Deep Engineering. Thank heavens he found me. We've got to get out of here. We can't leave just yet, but they catch us again. I've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Were you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mentioned, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this way.
Notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. So it is. It's pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it.
Luca tried the handle.
Truly fortunate.
Solomon
Locked.
leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly
Luca
defeat a lock
smiled
like that.
and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. Yeah, he's gonna hit that shit. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
A quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
Sure. How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. Yes. This is the one issue I have.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend, Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password?
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
There's no way. How did she just guess that? Oh, it's his absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the Founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking so everyone moves their hat, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting
Solomon's
themselves.
jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are as
Luca
impressive as your luck.
quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is that slippery lounge even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The next door's marked
Once again,
13806.
Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this noise.
Skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is. Go, go, go. Because he's fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Uh-huh. Drop it. Oh man, no water cups. Rollo? Why didn't you just drop that? Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms. They're
Satisfaction,
trapped.
he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rebel-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Ha, make a break for it. So they were the distraction. Nice. Did that little shit just king me? Don't just send it after them. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I'm having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rhoda, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy I finally used the young chemist's slap kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth sprue. No, that's not possible.
To examine his teeth.
Substantial bending on the enamel of the molars consistent with Tempus liquamine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? He drank it? Oh no! They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, back, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered in the Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempus liquamine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempus liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready for harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. The fall harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess to succeed where Valentine failed, but Tempus liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists, yes. I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempus liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival, but you didn't, right? You know how much I love a good puzzle. I put myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make, so I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Meh, those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. It sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered the possibility of sending a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard him talking about it on the radio. It's why we gotta get you out of here. Like now. Wait, the vial. I finally solved the Camelot equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we've got Dr. Mudfield heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Yeah. Malice 80 proof whiskey, a hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even as alcohol is arrogant.
Inaudibly.
I should just bother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. I'll look around first before he tries anything. Yeah, shouldn't you be surprised that there's things
Look
on
at
it?
tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps it's not as careless as you suspected. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Muttered under his breath.
Just you wait, huh? Oh, nothing. I'm really sorry you got dragged to this mess, Solomon. You didn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
Quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face.
It looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time
Luca
will
held
tell.
his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently.
They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it. Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rollo? Before we start tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? Can somebody look at that fucking dartboard? Don't look at me. I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. Everyone else huddle up. Whoops. think this little kappa has gone long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child, the adult is speaking. Dr. Medwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful and enigmatic founder, Sharper, the former progenitor who created this town, Perennial Harvest, Valentine Fertilizer, all connected by a single thread, yours truly.
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Ha! Yes, now you've got it. Tempus Liquamine, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Medwell, very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why he needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work, which he did admirably. Mr. K, the vial, please.
Presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of the...
Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
The vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste. See, Sam. Luca! Over here! Really? Move another inch and I'll smash it.
Behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or if you're lucky nothing happens, then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
With feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
Uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. There's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way to sense.
Shakily, with a dispirited nod, Melly sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it. We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
Apprehension, Beck conceded.
No.
Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance
Blood
review.
drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve, and don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand how is this all because of me. Ha, I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be a part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Head with gratification.
But the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal life.
A muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Yeah, okay, but we're in the control center. Well, crap. I can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rollo? You just need some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Okay, so yeah, she has an idea. There's nothing else we can do here, so I have to talk to her. Okay, there. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was going short, so he left behind a letter with the hope it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of
Color
Tempus Liquamide.
dropped from Luca's face.
Did she? Is she? She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work, and it cost him his life. That's a
Luca
reasonable
was
conclusion.
overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden
Here.
explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter
She's here.
8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through.
Yeah, well, they
It
don't
was
know
a
how many
strange
there's I mean.
feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Hello. Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Lucas, Gran. That's awfully nice of you, but I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain, we have to go now. Come on, everyone, we've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Hopefully we can dispense with formalities from here on
pulled
out.
a glass vial from his pocket.
Can someone shoot that shit? We've
In
got to
one
stop
smooth
him.
motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No. Well, I guess that's it, we lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that. She swapped them.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca.
That's what I thought.
Remember when I had
He's
the
gonna become
vial
a
behind
baby.
my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little... I guess change
He
is the
might have
correct one.
tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Like pocket change? You're unlucky penny. Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that going to do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can all call me
His
Shopper
body
Valentine.
and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't the right choice then. We'll see. No, he is a baby. Holy crap, he's a baby. Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has
Eris
caused you.
awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we... We do what Valentines always do, what must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father, young Sharper. That would be a great
She
help,
looked
thank
back
you.
down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Rolo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gonna swing by? Be there in a minute. Okay, but just to see... Oh, we have a few options here. I want to see the other ones right away first. Let's go with junk.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
I want to see all the options. Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyways. Would that kill him? Pa always says bad habits are like 50-yard field goals, huh? Hard to kick. You can all call me Shopper
His body
Valentine.
and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
So what's it gonna be this time? Would it age him? It's just grey. Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end.
Yeah, the other one is the right
I'd
one.
be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
Okay, so we've done junk. So what about
I might
malice?
have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice to whiskey from his office? Yep, dude had unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his bro juice could use a little hair of the dog.
His body and fit.
Is it gonna turn him into liquid? Oh shit. Oh, what? Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude.
The
Hop goes the
crowd
weasel.
gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his
Whoa.
tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Okay, yeah, that's every other branch finished. Tweaked it with a little change. Skip to where I left off. Yeah.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, the chill they kindled up when spring arrived. And it cracked his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
I wonder what I did with the soul stone. Okay, there we go. Now it's the official ending. But so that means that this secret place had always been in the house.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
Mom, I'm ready to go now. You go on without me, I'll meet you there. I've got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Okay, so she's still the same. I don't know, for some reason I'm like coming back to the grave, just in case. Oh, okay. So the actual grave is gone now. Stone at least is gone. Hey Roxy. Hey, you and Roller have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Roller 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand, but at least we've got some help with that. How's the internship at Nelly and Ilona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at State. Also, Nelly said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a head of a growth spurt. I don't just mean growth, literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell me this, because it will go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. Hey guys, how's the tree planting going? Can be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nelly for letting me help. I just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks.
When
What's
perennial
next?
harvest collapsed, most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this right here, this is something I can be proud of. Okay, we got to talk with Talon first. Before I head to the treehouse. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view. And the view is getting green every day. Nice. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nelly's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is go slow and fix things. Amen to that. I'd better not dilly-dally. Gotta go to treehouse. Okay. We can't talk to anybody else, it seems. We did what we had to do. Luca, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, and honest to goodness, flip-flopping, swim-swamming fish. I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish yet. Been at least 7 years since I caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What do you do with the fish? Oh, I released it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow. Good lad. Oh yeah, right. A little higher. Yep. A little lower. Yep. A little higher. A little higher. Yep. Perfect. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to add more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Take you in charge while I'm gone. Yep. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If you really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. You're right. Lead the way. Okay, now we can get through all of town. Let's go. Okay, the heiress. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon, Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. So we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Madwell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes, but really all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I'm endeavouring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job, and the whole town is ready to help out whenever we can. I can't wait to teach him to throw
Did her
baseball.
best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of the Iceman comic at the State Correctional Facility. I hear there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work in his craft. Done? Jan, I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope. I got everything I need, thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to Reporting Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did, you're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mineshaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventure days are over. Ha! We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Oh no, come on, you're kidding. I get to serve more? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Tolville. Achoo! Sorry, these allergies have been killing me. I haven't been able to smell a thing all day. I almost sold Mrs. Hedge a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to help clear out these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes, I just want to be able to smell again. Okay, I like this minigame. No. And oh, maybe pungent is a good idea? Incendiary, more pungent, caviar, adorable, indulgent. I think that's a bad idea. A 2, not right. I'll need something a little spicy, I'm afraid. Oh, okay. Does anybody want fish? Okay, so we're talking spicy. Let's go with that and incendiary. I thought you might mean spicy. A 2. What's wrong? Well, I like the spicy peppers. Put them on something that will really wake up the senses. What do you mean? I guess succulent then? That's probably still wrong. Yep, what's wrong? What does he want them on? I guess he wants a fish with the spices. Let's try that. That's probably still wrong. I call this one... Oh, it is! A cod for the common cold. Oh my, that's spicy and stinky. I'm sorry, I'll try again. No, don't you see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. Okay. Let's start with the mom. I have a coupon here for one free burger. What will it be? Well, I have a lot of mouths to feed. So give me the biggest burger you have. They must eat a lot, huh? You have no idea. Oh, and throw some lettuce on top. Yeah, then I know at least in this case exactly what I have to do. Here we go. I call it the too much is never enough. This should keep him at bay. Thank you. If it isn't little Luca. Hey, Uncle Knockcreed. How come you haven't been around the house lately? Well, your dad and I had a little disagreement is all. How's he doing? Has he mentioned me? Not really. He's been busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Well, tell him I'm thinking of him. You seem sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? Fact of the matter is I don't have much of an appetite right now, but Uncle Knockcreed, you gotta eat. I'll make you something special. That will cheer you up. So the teeny tiny burger, I guess, and then I have no idea what I'm gonna put on top. So the tiny one. Onions, cactus, caviar. I guess adorable. That might be the right idea. I call it the cheers looking at you kid. One burger with a side of good vibes.
Mr.
Oh, look, you
Knockcreed
sweet boy.
reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You got a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. Run along, I'll do my best to clean my plate. This just in, last chance diner overrun by gremlins. I'm not a
Mr.
gremlin, I'm
Wilder
Luca.
adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, would you believe I have a craving for a burger? You've come to the right place. Indeed. I'll have a nice juicy burger topped with onion. Okay, so that's succulent and onion. Coming right up. I love this minigame. Here you go. I call it the Wilder. You know I love a good byline. Many thanks. Listen well, child. I am only going to say this once. I require a well-done burger. She gets the caviar, guaranteed. When I say well done, I mean it. Well done, no problem. I fear you aren't grasping my request. I want the burger charred beyond recognition. Oh, I got that. I want it bitter and black. One burnt burger coming up. And top it with the most expensive thing you have. Yep, that is exactly what I thought she was gonna get. One of this, and where's the fucking caviar there? And here we go. One burnt promise. May I present the row you burnt? I can hardly believe it. You've done well. Miss Fratelli had caviar stashed back there. The woman is full of surprises. Very good, this will suffice. And for the book girl. Hey, Mrs. Hatch, what can I get you? Oh, I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack size if you could. Snack sized. Snack sized? Snack sized. I guess that would be that again, yeah? I don't know. She's probably gonna have to tell me. I mean, what is one I haven't used yet? The bacon, actually. I haven't used the bacon. I call it the novella. Lovely. Okay, so I did good. Alrighty, it looks like we've got everything we need. Let's go get to feeding these folks. Oh, I already fed everyone. You made all the food yourself? What on earth did you put in these burgers? I just used what was lying around. Oh dear, that can't be good. Thanks again, Luca. Best burger ever. It's surprisingly competent. Everyone seems happy. You really are a remarkable boy, aren't you? Yay! That was an achievement for that. Awesome.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me, I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather in the wind. I'm going on vacation for the first time in years. And I've got you and your mum to thank. Where's that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. It's fine, I'll wait. Okay, that was totally worth coming down here for. Well, okay, we're going down. Because we're going all the way to Beck's house, but first let's talk here. Fitz? Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He said it builds character. I think he meant to say it builds calluses. Builds character. Yeah, it builds something alright. Luca, can you interest you in a delicious apple? No thanks, just saying hello. Oh, hello there. Mind telling your mum we need a new crate of jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide this stuff in the bag. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Holst's famous spy jam. Wow, back for seconds? If it's not too much trouble, for the longest time I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Am I supposed to go back and tell Roxy? I don't know. I guess I'll try. He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it.
Closing
the end.
her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello Luca, how are you? Really good actually, that's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. Okay, I'm just briefly gonna run back just to see if I have to tell Roxy. Probably not. Yeah, no, she's gone. I can't go that way, okay. So the hunch was correct, but I like to make sure. We still have to do the cafe and then run past the whole other line of shops. Okay, so Piper... Oh, Piper's not even here, it's just... See? Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time. Zariel, you gotta come and see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Lumi? If I didn't know better, I would think you're proud of something. As if I? No. It's too late. You are now officially a person that cares. Oh. I guess Piper is somewhere else then. It's such a delightful little game. Although I'm still confused if we used all the charms. Oh my god, what is going on with the bunnies?
Over the
Piper's
school
in
year,
here.
Kato and Bert had become close friends.
But did you know that? When they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yeah, yep. And they are studying it in new labs. Did you know that? Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the country? Yep, close to the population before the perennial harvest moved
Typically
in.
went on like this for quite some time.
Okay, do we get more spoilers? I can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? As great as always, Hank finally returned to Earth, but I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. It just means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Mrs. Hatch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Maybe I'll do that. Let's talk to Piper.
Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I've kind of got a reputation to hold. Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What a gift to start over fresh, to experience it again for the first time. I guess that's the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go. Sure thing. Okay. That leaves Mr. Nuncreed and all the bunnies are there. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walter my own time. You run along now. What is all this?
Perennial
Oh!
harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come on, come on. Come on, come on. No one is too big, no one is too small for jobs right.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Me. Okay, that's so cute. Find bugs again? Guess what? Yesterday I saw a Dynastus titius. And that's good. It's great. I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the bug capital of the country.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. So still. Okay. Well, I mean... nothing left here. No green ooze. No warehouse, no toxic waste. Pretty good. I wonder if there is an achievement with the beehive that I'm still not aware of. Hey, back. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my lost box. You officially moved in. It's just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. It sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. I guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years are going to be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. What now? My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines. And thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. Well, we've done everything we are supposed to do, so we can go straight to old Beacon Pines. Oh, but actually, yeah, the 2 would have been that was old Beacon Pines. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, the right's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
That's so cute. Done. A good little tree. The best little tree. You're gonna make me cry. It's a bit like brothers. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. Oh god. You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about that? Not at night. Goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree. But I know he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Oh god, I'm crying. Obviously you can't see it under my avatar. Hey Dad. Dr. Mudfield says that over the next few years this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. God, I have to take my glasses off and my eyes burning. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. The conclusion 6 years down the line is quite hard. Ugh. Close the book, yeah, of course that was an achievement. Oh wow. Oh god, I'm gonna cry properly afterwards. Like, it's not as hard-hitting as some other games like Tale of Two Brothers is. Oh god, that gets me every time. And I know I cried so much at the ending of Stray. Which are all on my YouTube, by the way. If anyone's looking for those. Such an awesome game, and I knew it was gonna be about 5 hours. Well, I mean, it took a tiny bit longer, going on every single road, so it took me 6 hours. Oh god, it's so lovely. I love the voice acting in it. The delivery of the narrator is so cool. We still don't really know who that was anyway. Where choices matter. I'm still convinced we used every single charm, but we probably did. It's just at some point we got so many of them that I just completely lost track, and I never looked back at the list in the first place. And I'm quite glad, because I kind of more or less played it perfectly. I mean, obviously it pigeonholes you eventually into, oh, you can't get on this path until you've gone all the way on the other side. I mean, I cleared everything on the right that I could, and then I went to the left, and that then gave us the final option, so that was pretty neat. If you'll excuse me, I have to blow my nose for a second. And yes, in this house we always watch credits in honor of all the people who put hard work into it. Or, obviously, in some cases, who supported it, if there was a Kickstarter or other things, or Patreon and whatnot. It was so cool. I also loved the dialogue sounds and everything. This music's lovely. Oh god, this is gonna make me cry again. Don't do this to me. Oh. I guess I have to look sad for this. Trying not to cry too much. Yeah, no, this is an awesome game, and I had it on my list for so long. I mean, so long in an ADHD's mind is everything and anything. But yeah. Oh god, this is so lovely. So beautifully. I actually really loved that. There wasn't a lot of confusing areas with like a million things to do at once. This was perfect for someone who gets easily frustrated with an overload of choices and has choice paralysis. This was the perfect amount of wrenching because I was totally able to remember what I had done, what I still wanted to do, and so on. So, and yeah, I don't know if it was like, yeah, because if in that one ending, the sequel thing, if it actually is hinting at the fact that there would be a sequel of the game, which I doubt. I mean, sure, you could see the characters again, but how do you want to build another story just like this? Oh, that's lovely. Hiding Spot Games and Fellow Traveler. Well done. Very, very well done. And yeah, that is the book. Let me see. Can I see the charms? No. This would have been all of it. Yeah, would have done all of it. Just want to see. I can't see the list of charms. Okay, so that is the game gamed. Oh my god. Well, that has definitely been some time. Wait, where are my hands appear? I must have done something with the camera. I think that's when I put my glasses on. Because I know it has hand support, but I have no idea what happened. I guess I need to learn this program better. Okay, there we go. There's the hand wave, but then it brings my hands down again. Oh, that's because I had the controller in hand, so it would have... Okay. So it actually notices that I have a controller. Whoop. That was not what I wanted to do. Wait, from gaming to chatting. Okay. It still thinks that I'm using the controller. What if I switch it off though? Does that work? I don't know. It's good to know though that is a possibility. Okay, the controller is off now. But I don't think that's gonna change a lot. But yeah, so thanks anyone who stopped by, especially Waves and Voss, and Yoru who stopped by in the early beginning. So nope, this is what I want to do. So thank you all for coming by for the stream. I hope I can fix the hand situation for next time. Looks so ridiculous. But yeah, I'll see you next time, and I think the audio and everything is fixed now, so bye!
What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm